you can just simply just probably drop a comment in the comment section or the question in the comment section, please. And I'm going to make sure that all the questions will be asked today. So please, and also please, for those on TikTok, as I always say, on TikTok, there's not going to be space for you guys to speak today. You guys, if you want to, you guys can just listen in. If you're on YouTube, you can speak. If you have a question, put it in the comment section. I'll be asking all your questions today. Today is one of those very important spaces we're going to be having today. So please, guys, let's get up into the conversation. If you're not retweeting the space, you're doing it very wrong. But before I jump into it, I've always reiterated that for me, messaging is very, very, very important. And me going forward, I've said this, that up until the season comes, I think we have to be talking about the 10 years of APC. So even if I'm going to be having, even if I'm having the biggest guest on a show, I must find a way to squeeze in 10 years of APC, because as I've always said, there's something about Nigerians that we forget so quick. We forget a lot. We are used to, we have this adaptive. There's no people that have a better adaptability capability than Nigerians. We know how to adapt. We love to adapt. We can just 1 minute, we have moved on. And that's exactly why our leaders continue to take us not serious, because they feel like, just give them 1, 2, 3 days, Nigerians, and they will move on. So me, I'm trying to be very stubborn, and I'm trying to raise a very stubborn set of Nigerians that can understand the importance of staying on course, a conversation. And that's why for me it's important I keep highlighting and reminding Nigerians that we have given 10 years of our lives to a party that has done nothing positive. I've been talking about this for the past, I think, 3 weeks now. For the past 3 weeks, this has been our topic. And on every of our weekly shows that we have on the Emir Saddam show, I throw this as a challenge and I say, please, my fellow, in fact, because my weekly shows I did on TikTok, I have APC people come up on the platforms. I allow them come up and speak, and I ask them questions, and I'm like, I want you to tell me, just point to one thing that Nigeria is better off today 10 years after. It is insane that I'm even asking this question, that 10 years post 10 years of a party ascendancy to office, to governance, you can't point to one thing and say that we are better off in the country. It is crazy. And Nigerians have adapted. And if you leave Nigerians will collect these people for 16 years. Because Nigerians know how to do what? Adapt. And so for me, and that's why for Nigerians, it almost becomes a boring topic. We keep talking about this thing. Yes, we have to talk about this thing because Nigerians do not even know how to. I made a video, I think 2 days ago, and I was talking about the old takers celebrities that were on top of a gongoro in Maraba Market in Abuja trying to sell this administration. Relax, Tinubu will fix it. Was a tag. Relax, Tinubu will fix it. Relax. And Nigerians in the market were just looking at them. You could see the dejection on the faces of these Nigerians. They don't even know how to even react. They don't even know what to do. They're just looking at, is it the same Nigeria or these people? But they could not react. And they could not react. Why? One, because the truth of the matter is that we have not harvested enough anger to the Nigerian people for them to react the way they are meant to react. That there are some certain actors, honestly speaking, and I'm saying this without mincing no words, APC have no authority or rights today to even be talking about election 2027. They should be doing restitution for wasting our time, for lives lost, for a damaged economy, for all the billions and trillions of naira that they have borrowed. There is no incentive for APC to be talking about elections in 2027. It is just because they have met the weakest set of opposition. They have met the weakest set of resistance. The opposition have been so weak that they have the guts and the effrontery 2 years to an election to be campaigning. They are breaking all the codes and regulations of the Electoral Act. They do not care because they know that the resistance is not coming from the Nigerian people. And the resistance, and I've said this, the opposition has failed. It is now up to Nigerians, we Nigerians, to do the work. It is up to Nigerians that we have been shouting we are the opposition. It is us to really show that we are the opposition. How do we harvest Nigerians' anger? How do we get Nigerians to understand? How do we cut out from the reality that offline, that many Nigerians, right, the APC have made Nigerians so difficult that many Nigerians are not even able to come online. Many Nigerians are trying to survive every single day. We have wasted 10 freaking years of our lives. Other nations are moving in, and that's why you see, you ask an APC person, you hear even their intellectuals, the one that probably went to school, passed through school, but school did not pass through them, and you hear them say, anybody that tell you 4 years is enough to fix a country, that person is, they don't even understand that in 4 years you can. I tell you that a friend of mine that does business in China is like, Saddam, if you go to China, a place in China today, go back there in 6 months' time, you might not recognize that place. When you see economies are being transformed, you will see the changes. As in, it happens overnight. Nigeria can overnight become a construction site. There are people, the greatest gift we have is, apart from our mineral resources, apart from the amount of wealth God has blessed this country with, is that we have human resources. We have a people that if you empower these people and these people have purchasing power, then just is a country that we're a very high consumption country. So any investor will want to come and invest his money in this country, as long as there's purchasing power. But APC have successfully destroyed the purchasing power of Nigerians. Tinubu said it. It is one of his manifesto, reduce the purchasing power of the people and widen the tax bracket. He is freaking doing it right now. But the common man in the market that do not get to join on our spaces, that do not listen to what we say on spaces, they don't understand what I'm saying here. We don't understand what these things I'm saying. They are deprived of this information. It is intentional that APC has spent the last 10 years dumping down on our education in our country. It is intentional. People should not go to school. People should not be aware. Our children should be dumb, so that you cannot even challenge the status quo, so that you cannot ask questions. Because a dull populace is a populace that don't even know their rights. And that's why you see some people, they'll argue with you. Do you know what? Do you know the 2 years? That's in 2 years. Say 2 years he has given a student loan. Everything he has disbursed money. In 2 years, disbursing money up and down. Borrowing money up and down. That's the only thing that these freaking criminals have been for the past 2 years. And that's how we wasted 8 years with Buhari. We are wasting 2 years. We are wasting. I said this in 2022. I said we are wasting 4 years with Tinubu. If we give him that opportunity, it is guaranteed that we're going to waste the next 4 years. And it's happening before our eyes. And for some of them, they want to still crown him more and give him extra 4 years. Right? We're going to give APC 16 years. If we complained as Nigerians that PDP served for 16 years and PDP had to go, if the excuse APC gave Nigerians was that they kept shouting 16 years of PDP, 16 years of PDP, 16 years of PDP, and PDP had to go. Is it not sensible to any sane mind that we should not allow the next people taking over from PDP to equal PDP 16 years if they're not doing better than PDP? APC has shown I'm putting it 12 years. In 12 years that they cannot outdo what PDP did in 16 years. Why should we now give APC another chance to equal PDP 16 years before chasing them out of power? And for me, it is important Nigerians understand this duty, especially us that are aware, that come up on all these places, lives, we come out and we talk all this and so this we are saying, that we are an aware generation. We should understand the reality that outside, online, offline, majority of Nigerians are ignorant. Many Nigerians do not even understand where their problems are coming from. On tomorrow is Friday. Many of them will go to the mosques and they'll be told, oh, on Sunday they'll go to churches and their pastors will sell for them. Oh, it is God that will take away these bad leaders. These bad leaders keep living to their 80s, 90s. They know they die. If their organs spoil, they can sacrifice 10 children and take away their organs and refix their bodies. APC have not built one hospital that can take care of any of them in 10 years. None of our federal schools can be said that any APC governor have sent their children to any of our federal schools in this country in 10 years. They have not upgraded any of our schools. All their children are graduating. Look at Umahi. All his daughters, all of them are abroad. Wike abroad. All these freaking criminals, their children are all ganged abroad in 10 years. And that should be the messaging of Nigerians outside there, telling Nigerians 10 years of APC, because Nigerians have a very short memory span. We do not remember. We forget so quick because we just have to adapt. These people have made sure that we are living every day on survival mode. Nigerians are trying to feed. Nigerians are trying to struggle the next day. What we go chop. So it is incumbent on us as a people that are aware of these facts to make sure that this is a natural conversation. This is a daily conversation. This is a conversation that every single day you're rubbing it out there for Nigerians to understand. 10 freaking years of these people we have wasted. We keep wasting our lives, and if we do not do this, because yesterday on my live, I was telling my people on there, I was like, what we fail to understand is that we are meant to how the Nigerian memory. This is me being practical. How the Nigerian memory works is that in a 4-year span, you have the first year, second year, third year, and the fourth year, which is the election year. The first year, the government is meant to start showing signs of development. That's why if you hear first 100 days in office, you're meant to say what you've done in the first 100 days. That period is also when subconsciously you conscientize Nigerians on what you have done, then the opposition also amplifies on what you have not done. So if you're failed in your first 100 days vis-a-vis your first 365 days, the opposition are meant to highlight these things, amplify these things, let the Nigerian people bear witness that this first year was an absolute disaster. And all blames goes to the government. But we saw an opposition that failed in the first year to do their jobs of holding this government accountable. It emboldened the government into the second year. Second year have passed, they are failing. Opposition are still concerned about politics. We are emboldening these people into the third year. The third year now will happen. You know, say from third year now, campaign on begin to start. Then fourth year elections. In the subconscious of Nigerians, you have not reminded them of their problems in the first year, in the second year, in the third year. Then in the fourth year, because I saw some people say that Tinubu is doing the highest campaign for the opposition. The Tinubu economy is in the highest. I said, you people are acting like you don't know how our people's brains are wired. If you did not remind them in their first year, second year, that Tinubu is their problem. Second year, Tinubu is their problem. Third year, Tinubu is their problem. If you don't get them angry enough before the fourth year, Tinubu has all the resources at his disposal to insulate himself. You don't have it. Tinubu controls all 90% of all your radio stations. He controls 90% of all your televisions. He controls 90% of all your newspapers. The one he cannot control is social media. How many of us are on social media? How many? And intentionally, they are across the world. The price of data is falling. In Nigeria, data is increasing. You think it is? You think they don't know what they are doing? Do you think it is not intentional that they are intentionally making sure that data is more expensive in Nigeria? So that Nigerians, because they understood what you people did in 2023, that you people are always coming online. Nigerians can afford data and come online. Now look at how many Nigerians are complaining on data, that they will buy how much data. They don't swallow them for empty and not swallow them. You think it's not intentional? You think these people they are not sitting back to check their own lapses and their weak points? Do we think we are dealing with Jonathan or Buhari? We are dealing with something worse than these people times 5. If you doubt me, look at how much he has borrowed. Look at he has outborrowed all the past presidents in the space of 2 years with nothing to show for it, and he's still balling with no pressure. So every day I'm racking my brain and I'm asking myself, how can we amplify the feelings of this government? How can we amplify the feelings of this government? How can Nigerians off street, off online, how can we do it? Yes, online have its effect because online tends to how do I put it now? Online tends to the conversations online has the way it trickles down offline. We had this, okay, look at all the shouts that was happening last week. GMO online, social media, GMO. Somebody made a tweet and was like, actually on radio stations in Nigeria, as we're speaking right now, there is campaign on GMO that if you're speaking against GMO, you are the devil. So, so we now with the social media now with the shout, say, with they or our few numbers, they shout, no, say no to GMO, say no to GMO. On reality, on ground, because we don't have the money that Bill Gates and co have. How many of us can go and buy out 10 slots in radio stations? We don't have these resources. The one that we have now in social media that we're meant to be pushing collectively conversations, everybody just they chase their own agenda, they chase their own this thing, they pursue it, pursue them, and I see this and I'm like, well, I'm doing for me, the greatest thing, my own is I'm doing this for posterity's sake, because for me, it's important when things are being recorded, when times are being told, I'll always come out and say, I told Nigerians, 2025 is when people are meant to be amplifying the criminality of this government, reminding Nigerians of their reality, because Nigerians have a short memory span. 2025 is when some people are doing 2027 job. The real job of holding this government accountable. You were expecting, and I was saying it on my life yesterday. One of my friends, Osadon, came out and said, Saddam, don't worry. Hunger will remind them. And I say Nigerians have a short memory span. He not confess his own experience. He say, not true. Say all these people where they do aluminium condemn. Say when they in a house for Lekki side. One time say, the guy hungry or the guy they beg for money every day. The guy say, Tinubu they walk. Say, it doesn't say, Tinubu don't build the road finish now from here to Calabar. Then if we go for Coastal Road from here. In the minds of Nigerians offline, I am not on social media with me and you. Coastal Road has been completed because Tinubu commissioned it on television. Coastal Road has been completed. It will be in their campaign manifesto. We completed 760 kilometer road. They have done less than 30. They have done less than 30 kilometers. But the messaging that are passing outside, because I'm saying this because opposition still do not understand the power of messaging. Well, many Nigerians, we're still doing politics of gra. We're still doing politics of now we shall pass. We don't understand the power, the politics of messaging, the politics of strategy, as in being very, very strategic and following. We do not understand that politics. We are dealing with people that are perennial opposition. Tinubu spent close to 20-something, let me say, 16 years of his life playing opposition. We don't know that we have to sit down and think, because this man now, he's now in power. He's in power acting like opposition, and he's still in governance. He's playing on 4-4-2. We were backing the boss. When we are meant to be on the attack, we are defending. I have never in my life seen where opposition are the ones defending. Oppositions are meant to be the one attacking, putting pressure on the government, putting pressure on these people, opening up rooms, talking about the inadequacies of this government. But when many of us get power, now when we go open rooms, they insult ourselves, they attack ourselves. We can spend 16 hours attacking ourselves, insulting ourselves, 16 hours, 12 hours, 13 hours. That hour we cannot put it to calling out this government. We cannot put it to being in the room of intellectuals where we will be saying, now I go school pass, now I read book pass. People cannot be in that room and be saying, guys, how can we map up strategy? What can we do to make sure that we are putting pressure on this government offline? What can we build amongst ourselves? Say this 200 of us here, 300 of us here, 500 of us here. What can we do to make sure that we can contribute to putting pressure offline currently? So that market woman will not go into elections in 2027 believing what her pastor or her imam has told her, or her Igwe, or her Alpha, or her Oba, or her Seriki have told her. We underestimate the ignorance in Nigeria because many of us have gone to Cambridge, Harvard, Oxford, and the rest. We forget that over 100 Nigerians live in abject poverty. That over 150 million Nigerians are living in abject poverty. We forget these things, these realities. And APC are intentionally making it so. Make them poorer, make them dumber. And then you can harvest them. And then you can have a pool of ignorant people. That when you see sensible people come out and make a submission and say, Nigeria can be fixed in 4 years. That in 2 years' time, in 2 years, you can turn, people that left Nigeria in 2 years will come back and say, no. If you doubt me, go to Abia State. Check on social media, you will see confessions. People that left Abia State 2 years ago, they can't go back, they can't recognize way back to their homes today. It is happening, it is possible. Nigeria can be a massive construction site. Rails moving here, subways moving here, constructions are up and down everywhere. It can freaking happen. But we have people that are criminals in government, people that are not even as let me say difficult as easy, even insecurity. There is not one thing you can point to this government has done well. Instead, I'm seeing that Nigerians are being kidnapped and unalived. And Nigerians are blaming Nigerians. Loudly on social media, you see them with open video, open camera. The fault is Nigerians. Nigerians are, I'm like, my goodness. And APC are just slapping and say, oh, this is great. For every life lost in any country, the duty of the security forces, it falls back to the security forces. Let us hate ourselves. If the security forces are up to their job, they will protect lives and properties. That is the number one job of every government. If I hate you so much and I know that there are systems in check to catch me if I want to do something mad or run mad, I will not be able to harm you. But now it is, oh, Nigerians, we have to learn to love ourselves. Like if we stop loving ourselves, kidnappers will not kill. We don't. Kidnappers are finding money. We not do their job. Highway robbers will not do their job. It is the inadequacies of the security forces to caution or to stop these things that is making it happen today. And it is the failings of the government, because 2 years into office, all the security chiefs in Nigeria under Tinubu still have a job. Look at how APC carried Boko Haram messaging across the country, across the world. For every bomb blast, it's across all its headline. They will drum it for weeks. Yaya bombing. They talked about Yaya bombing for months till the next bombing. It is a bombing story that will replace a bombing story. APC will use bad news to replace bad news from headlines. In fact, they milked Bring Back Our Girls for years, till Jonathan left office. Then all of a sudden, Bring Back Our Girls all of a sudden it just went silent. That is a people that understand the power of messaging. And I asked myself, I keep saying this because I had to go and Google and ask myself, the highest bomb blast in Nigeria is how many people were unalived? One life is too much. But I had to ask myself that question, and I went to check. And it was that Nigeria bombing. I think Christmas Day bombing also. And it had less than 100 people. It is too much. But less than 100 people. But we have seen under Tinubu alone, over 100 and something people unalived in Plateau. Over 200 people unalived in Benue. Over this, as in the numbers, 100 and something could be like baby number now. It's just like small number to the amount of lives being unalived. But Nigerians that are meant to stay on this thing and draw me to Nigerians understand. Almost see our problem on the APCO when they do that work. Well, I'm trying to make sure my submission doesn't go as far as possible. Let's keep it as brief as possible, because today we're going to be having an interview on state of the on GMOs, and I'm just trying to make sure I've said it. Anywhere may I get mic to speak till 2027. It's my job to remind Nigerians that you guys have given APC 10 years of your lives. Look at how this young man, Governor Amunike, is popular today. Look at all of us are now his fans. Imagine a Governor Amunike, imagine 15 types of those kind of content creators right now. doing content in their different languages, highlighting this criminality of this government. Imagine a ripple effect across the country. I'm just giving, imagine in the days of Obasanjo, Nigeria, Jaga, Jaga, Mr. President, lead us well. It's food, you know, the hard life where they live for Nigeria. I'm just naming songs, when they come out from my head. Don't say these are songs I can still remember that were in during the Obasanjo period. Nigerian Jaga Jaga then. Now Nigerian, if there's a word that is worse than Jaga Jaga, I can't. All our people that are meant to be focused on creating this kind of content are not even doing it. There's no music out there right now that is a jam, that is a hit, calling out these criminals in government. In 50 years' time from now, children will always listen to Baba Fela. I always play Baba Fela before I start all my shows on the Emir Saddam show. I always play Baba Fela. You can hear things he was saying that had to talk about his times. Idris Abdul Karim had to talk about his time, their times. African China and the rest talked about their times. This time now that we're in right now, where are our people that are meant to be talking about our times? Because these are the way you drive narratives. These are the way you push things. So for me, I've been thinking and I was like asking, we have to incentivize our young upcoming to get back into real creativity and also support them. Because that's the only way we can beat the metrics. Because the metrics, everything is stacked against Nigerians currently. There is no right, there is no reason why Sheyi Law, Zakoji, and co will go to any market in Nigeria tomorrow if we have done our jobs as Nigerians in arming Nigerians with enough anger through their music, through the content, because we cannot do it through the news because Tinubu already owns the news. But we have what we own and we're not using it. If we have armed our people well enough to push messaging out there is no body born of a woman that would have been sent on top of Gongoro, 911, Tipa, and be telling Nigerians in the midst of hunger, relax. Tinubu will fix it. Relax. And they will not come out as if Anthony Joshua descended on them from that place. We have to get to that point. Kenyans are doing it. Once you're a government stooge and if a government that is failing you, come out, Nigerians supposed to reach you. So next time they send the next set of people to come and preach that satanic message, you go run. You go say, no. I know, you know what they do, Zakoji? You know what they do them, then Sheila? You know what they do them? I beg, I no go. You go get sense by force. Because you cannot be passing through hell and you'll be gaslighting Nigerians of our reality. And that's what APC is. Guys, welcome to the show. Let me just pass. And somebody even tell me on TikTok that they were shedding 500 naira and biscuits. So we could have the thing say Nigerians, hunger is enough. Hunger is enough strategy to remind Nigerians of Tinubu. APC 2027, APC go do votes 250 naira. 250, will give two people 500 naira, make them go share. After the vote, when I go there, I'm going to say, Nigeria, then it is us that is in diaspora that now come and start calling them out, shouting, Nigerians are not this thing. Nigerians have not suffered enough. Nigerians are no. Nigerians are this. Nigerians are that. You people that are meant to do the job of helping them, because the truth is that Nigerians are massively ignorant. We are trying to forget this fact. Nigerians are massively not educated. Nigerians are massively not informed. We that are meant to use our hand now and pass this information, we will not do this work. Then when it comes to exam day, which is election, Nigerians not going and go and fail. You're not going to start blaming them for failing when you did not provide for them resources to pass. These 3 years now is time to lecture them. We're not lecturing them. We're not expecting them in 2027 that our reality would have changed, opened their eye to see. No wahala. It will be told when it happens, God forbid, that Saddam spoke out. The job that I kept quiet and I had the opportunity to speak and I did not speak out. No. I spoke out. My brother P-Shex, please welcome to the live, please. I don't know if our guests are, when we can start bringing them in. Thank you
so much. Yeah, I think our guests are already, some of them are here. Please, Professor Christopher, I know you're currently online. Please request the mic and also Professor Ikpere, Professor Johnson Ikpere, please, we would like you to request the mic so we could bring you on. But, listening to you and Saddam, one thing that we can't take away from you is the passion by which you are most concerned about Nigeria and Nigerians. And to me, one of the biggest challenges we have in Nigeria is that we have a distracted population. Maybe Nigeria season 10 is out, and everybody would forget about all the important things and be focusing on that. I've heard a lot of people say it's mutually exclusive. Also, it's mutually inclusive. Well, to me, I'll tell you that it's a desensitization strategy. When you are desensitized, you wouldn't, the things that are supposed to be important, they will cease to be important to you. Why don't we focus at this time? Listening to Saddam talk about 10 wasted years. If you were 25, now you're 35. I'm talking about the passage of time. Sometimes we just think that, we'll get it right, we'll get it right next time. And next time is 4 years. If you're 30, you'll be 34. So why don't we sit up? I know that most of us in Nigeria are trained to be individualistic. In other words, have your own generator, dig your own borehole, have your own solar. In other words, you're providing your own water and light by yourself. So the survival is your business. You're concerned about your personal survival. So in fact, many Nigerians will donate money and put the route that connects their street to the bus stop, do the road to connect their gates, all these things. You see, it has trained Nigerians to solve their problems personally. So many times they ignore who is president, they ignore who's out there, they just feel this selfishness of, let me sort myself out and I'm fine. But when we keep living like that, we forget that we are actually destroying our country. And whatever we need to do to save this country, to put this country back on track. You see, I come from a political angle of geopolitics. I'm looking at who the puppet masters are. Who are the people stringing these people from behind? Where are they? How are they doing it? And then from there, because if you busy yourself with the puppets, you're ignoring the puppet master. Let me give you a very good example. I put up a post some days ago and I said that ignore Big Brother Nigeria, and then I put a link to download the 86 amendments to the Nigerian Constitution, and I said ignore Big Brother Nigeria. Instead of that, come and join us. Let us review the 86 amendments to the Constitution. Think about it. It doesn't matter who is president. 86 amendments to the most important guiding document of the country. 86, not 1, not 2, not 3. 1 to 8 times it by 10, then add 6 to it. 86 amendments. Then you go and ask yourself, what are they trying to amend inside the Constitution? Then by the time you open it and look at it, and then you're saying that they want to increase the number of states to almost 40 something or 50 something thereabout. You're saying that they want to add. If you increase the number of states from what it is by maybe another 20 or 30, that means you're increasing the number of senators, the number of House of Rep members, you're increasing the number of state ministries, and then increase budgets, increase number of Lexus Jeep that they will give to them, increase number of orderlies, more private security for them and all of that. Where is that conversation going on? How are we jumping into that conversation and saying no to it? 86 amendments to the Nigerian Constitution is not a joke. By the time you open it, and then when you find out that the people who are consulting for Nigeria, who consulted to the Committee on Constitutional Review, are the puppet masters themselves. You're seeing Bill Gates, his foundation, and several other foundations consulting for Nigeria's Constitutional Review. These are not hearsays, these are realities. Do you think they will not, out of the 86, they'll just take like 3 or 4 for themselves, like the one on the investment, citizenship and investments? So we're looking at a state capture that if we're not careful, we'll not recognize this country anymore. And that's where we are coming into this conversation on GMOs, because we all have followed this conversation, for some time now. And I want to, thank Emir Saddam and the people behind this very important space for giving us this platform for us to really talk about what affects Nigerians the most, the food we eat. Think about it. You cannot do without food. At least you've eaten today. And these things that you're eating, these GMOs, they don't digest. They decompose in the stomach. Then go and ask your doctor. Call the doctor and ask him how many people are going down with colon cancer currently. Because the food is not digesting. The body can't recognize it. It's not one of the things the body was told to digest. Birds, chickens that don't have brain, birds that don't have brain, they don't have the kind of brain we have. They're ignoring it. By instincts, natural instincts, they're ignoring these things. But then by policy, our government is giving us to eat. It doesn't make any sense. So that's why we're here. I really want our professors to come on. I don't know, Professor Christopher, I saw you here not too long ago. Professor Ipre, please could you request the microphone?
I see some requests. I don't know if they're the ones. I don't know the handles. And I don't want to bring anybody. Please, guys, we are trying to make sure that for now, if you're requesting the mic, please just be patient with us. We really want to make this more of an interview. Then when they have dropped their submissions, then if you have questions you want to ask, and also please, this is not just as I said earlier, it's not just an anti-GMO campaign. I really want to know. I really want to hear from people. If you are well versed in this topic, if you think what these people are saying is not right and you know more than they do, please request the mic and come and tell them what they don't know. But it is important that we bring professionals in the field, and that's what we're doing here tonight. So please, guys, and also I just want to push everybody. Maybe many of you missed it when I started the show. I want to push all of you, please. I see you guys, crazy people, my TikTok. If you want to requesting the mic from there, please come to X. We can only give the mic from X today. Meanwhile, guys, let everybody please on the platform, if you can listen to me, if you can hear me, please share the space. Let's share the space. Let's retweet the space. Let's like the space. Let's get up into the conversation. Thank you so much. P-Shares, I don't know their names, so I think you will do that better.
I'm not sure I can see let me see if I can find them. I can't see any request to speak from my side, but let me see if I can add them. Let me see. I saw. Okay, we have Dr. Just a second. Yeah. I saw Professor Amua just now.
I saw one chief somebody. Is any of them a chief?
No. Then Dr. Ife Anebo, she's also online. Jeremy's wife. But please, she was supposed to be one of our speakers today. She's been in the conversation also. I think I saw her just a minute.
Oh, that's one person that everybody have been reaching out to me. They say, please invite her.
Yes, I chatted her up, and she's currently in the midst of a big project. But please, Dr. Ife, if you can request a mic so we can bring you on, please. You could do that.
I see Tat Feng. Okay, I think I can see Tat Feng. Okay.
Please bring him on. That's Professor Tat Feng, please. You bring him on. Professor Tat Feng is, in fact, he's one of Nigeria's most decorated molecular biologists. Yeah, Professor Tat Feng is here. He's a molecular biologist. He's one of our guests tonight. He's one of, you should Google his name. He's a big authority in this field. And I'm happy to say that he's set up one of the best laboratories we have in Sub-Saharan Africa. And it was his project to set it up here in Nigeria. It's one of the very few, I think there are less than 3 ISO certified laboratories in Nigeria, and this is the highest of them all. And we're speaking to, he's a professional in this field, and I'm very happy to bring him on. And we're going to listen to him in a short while. He's also a member of the Biosafety Society and Biotechnology Society of Nigeria. And before we listen to Constance, let me just say something to what Emir Salam said, that we need to balance this conversation. It's very important to balance it. Every day, I am currently on the lookout for people who support GMOs. Maybe you work in, I've invited Dr. Rose Gidado so many times. I've invited her so many times. Let's come on a space. Let's listen to you and let's talk about this. Myself and Professor Christopher, we faced off a professor, Professor Gudu, and another guy called Dr. Abraham Issa. Both of them are scientists that worked on GMOs in Nigeria. At least they said they worked on GMOs in Nigeria. We met at Ordinary President's Studio in Abuja, Embelembe Studio, and we had a major face-off. If you check my Twitter page, the last, I think, second or third post, you see there, almost 3 to 4 hours, we had a major face-off and use any AI you wish to review the content. If you don't want to watch the full video, it was a major one. And all the facts that we have been bearing out are out there in that video. Even just 3 days ago, the DG of NBME, Dr. Lemisi Asbara, she went to Channels TV to go and tell Nigerians that GMO is a solution to food security. And she said a lot of things on TV. And the very next day, we were on the same program on the same TV station, Channels TV, and we spoke into the conversation also. The facts are there. You can watch it. All the comments and even the people who interviewed us and Channels TV, they knew that what she was saying was bad or dash. So we are always looking for opposition. So if you're on the call right now and you want to promote GMOs here, and you want to explain to us, maybe there's something we don't know, maybe everything we're saying is not true, please, we want you to also indicate. Send us a DM, send us a message, and then we can bring you on the call. So, Professor Tafeng, where are you?
He dropped. I don't know what happened. He dropped. And also, I just want to put it out there because many people reached out to me, Aporoco Doctor, and I on behalf of the of Violence Space, we reached out to him before this space, and we did not get a response from him. So I'm putting, okay, let me bring back Tatfeng up, Professor up. So we reached out. So for me, I'm saying this is not about, I know we can always have the buzz bows. This is one intellectual conversation that we do on this platform, whereby it is, for me, the most important thing is education. And we might have our differences, we might not agree on so many things, but it is important that we have educated minds speaking on these topics, so that when you go out there and you're listening to different people selling their agenda, you understand what's behind the agenda. But Mr. Tatfeng, you're welcome to the show. Good evening, sir. If you can hear me, please just respond. Prof, can you hear me? Your mic is on. Is on.
Yeah.
But I can't hear you.
Professor Tafeng, we can't hear you.
Hello, Dr. Shego.
Oh yes, we can hear you now. Greetings. Good evening. I think it's your network. I think
you need to.
Your network, please.
Sir, are you using GMO network?
Hello, Dr. Shego.
We can hear you now. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, are you hearing me now?
Loud and clear. Thank you.
I don't know whether the network at my end, but all right, thank you very much. I really want to appreciate the convener of this meeting, to have a discussion on the, I would call it an important issue that affects our existence on the earth. When we talk of food, we are all aware that Maslow actually lists food as one of the basic needs of man. And anything, I say anything that could affect either the quantity or the quality of our food should be of a primary interest to all of us. We have been involved into this issue for quite a long time now. You know, we've had several discussions with our colleagues who also feel that GMO is the way to go for Africa. You know, for the past 2 to 3 days, you know, for those of us who listen to the outing that Professor Christopher and our colleague who spoke before him, you know, the position they ventilated on China's TV, I was really very dumbfounded and disappointed that someone can come on national television and say that without the GMO, Nigeria can go nowhere. So when we hear this kind of fallacious statement from our colleagues, you know, so many questions just cross our mind. The first question now is, why has Africa suddenly become beautiful bride to our friend from the other side of the ocean? They're bringing this product to us, telling us that that's what we need, when they themselves in their own countries, I mean countries with advanced technologies, who have what it takes to respond in case of an emergency, are banning this product. But here in Africa, some of us feel that actually what we need. Anyway, everybody has the right to his opinion. For those of us who are true Africans, we have a lot of reservations, you know, when it comes to GMO. For me, and for the generality of members of the people who align with me, one, GMO violates our right to existence. GMO is a violation for our culture. I want to start with our right to existence. Yes. They bug our mind with all manner of stories around GMO. They tell us without GMO, but you hear some financial statistics such as by year 2050, if Africans don't embrace GMO, you know, there'll be hunger in the land and all kind of things. So the question that comes to my mind is, are Africans or will hunger come because Africans cannot produce food for themselves? That's one fundamental question that we have to answer. GMO has been adopted in some countries, but the question now is, what advancement have they made? Just a simple fact about Nigeria. We adopted the BT carton in 2018, and the reason they were putting forth was that as soon as we accept this, all the textile industries will be revived. But from 2018, can we mention one textile industry that has come up on stream? No. So for me, it's just what I call extreme capitalists who are at their game. Some people are just after making money, you know, on the back of Africans. My dear brother, I keep saying there is no philanthropic action without interest, because most of them come to us with all kind of philanthropic statements. No, they want to do that to help Africans. But at the end of it, when they tap out of Africa, we can't even imagine the take of us. The reason of those products we haven't letting us know. Unfortunately, we have our regulatory bodies that are handicapped. By the way, I'm not making a mistake by even saying that most of these promoters of these bodies, of these products, are the ones even drafting our laws for us. Laws that will regulate them, they will draft it for us. They use all manners, you know, to bribe our regulatory agencies to get what they want to push in, go through. You know, we've been in the civilized times, you know, you can't put the GMO on the shelf if it's not labeled. But in Africa, they brought it in, they bring them in, they don't even want us to know when and what they are bringing in for us to consume. Against what many people think GM can be labeled in Africa, I want to tell them you can label GM products. Yes, I know some of my colleagues were saying if I can label maize made for Akara, the same technology they use to confer a new trait on the product can also be used to label what I call genetic labeling. For instance, if they decide to bring what we call a chromogene, that means it that confers a color, to enable us to identify GMO, when we look at them, it will be easy for us to know which product or byproduct is made from GMO. But they wouldn't do it. They want GMO to look exactly like our natural food. That's where I see another disease, because they don't want us to strike a difference between GM and our conventional food, because they are aware that once we know, that would be an indicator, that would be something we will ramp on to ensure that people boycott those products. But they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it. I also stated that GMO is a violation to our culture. I'm a son of the farmer, born and brought up in a village. I used to see my grandmother after every season of harvest doing what we call seed selection. At that time, I did not even know. Seed selection. Seed that will be replanted the next season. I never saw her going to market to buy seed. I never saw her going to market to buy seed. But with the technology, the GM technology, obviously, many of you like agree with me that after the first harvest, if you replant the same seed, either they won't even germinate, or they will germinate, they won't produce seed. Even if they produce seed, the harvest may not win as much as the F1. So the technology is meant to exploit Africans. I don't understand why today an African, a true son of Africa, will tell us today that GMO is the way to go. You also agree with me that price is a factor of quality. For those of us who have been opportunity to visit these countries, when we get into their shell, you see the organic and the GM properly labeled. And organic is most expensive. Organic is the most expensive. GMO is the cheapest. So if GMO were actually better, why are they cheaper than the organic? Because Africa has what it takes. God has blessed this continent. You throw a seed on the rock, it will germinate. But why are we abandoning our conventional seed and embracing this thing, this laboratory produced seeds that polluting our environment? I don't want to go into the health concerns we have about GMO. There have been a lot of studies being carried out. Presently, we are doing a study, and we are embarking on the study. We have to teach you we are based on that. And I believe in the next 2 or 3 years, the report of the study will come out. Professor Christopher, I hope he's listening to us. We are expecting some gene seed from them, which we are going to use to seed on animals. They have studied the microbial profile and some genetic changes in those organisms over a period of time. But in scientific regulatory bodies, if some of you are here and thinking you're on the internet, can we just eat into the image maker of Nigeria on biosafety? That is the diamond. The website is embarrassing. This is a regulator who cannot even test whether a product is GMO has been genetically modified or not. But they are the one who come with all financial statements. Any product that they brought to the market, they say they have what it takes to get. And they have tested the safety of this product. If you hit into the website of that organization, you know, our data is all about safety cabinet level 2. And you see the floor rough with the carpet. The image maker of Nigeria in terms of biosafety. But these are the people coming to tell us that GMOs are safe with us. There are so many issues that maybe time may not permit us to dissect. You know, when it comes to GMO, it's almost time when I listen to our colleagues speak, I I look at them as children of imperialists. I wish I had the powers to expatriate all of them to those countries where those products are produced. They will go there and feed on those poisonous substances which they are trying to pump into us. There is a study that women carried out. If you look at the amount of those products on our shelves, there are so many, but I doubt if our regulators are even aware. The people have been telling us that they are in charge. We have a lot of GM products and their accessories circulating on our market, but the so-called pharmaceutical agents are not aware, and they come to tell us that we have what it takes. Even countries that are technologically advanced, but they're rejecting this product. Let's look at South Africa. They've been able to place the ban on that. Many countries, the European countries, in Russia, you bring in GMO, you are terrorists. But there's a freedom we want to pump into Africa. Why Africa? Why Africa? That's the question I'm asking. Why Africa? These people think they want to help us. I remember a couple of years back, I thought I was looking from Germany. I went over pathology surgical friends. When they told us they're coming to look at partnership and see how they can help us, I was so busy and I did mention to them that we don't want any help and we don't need any help from them. The way Nigeria get it right, who will give them help? They come and put us on what I call a large support system to keep milking us. The most painful and the most annoying part is that are going through our borders. How I wish I had the powers to send them out of Africa. Africans' problems should be solved by Africans. The fact that we are hungry today is not because we cannot produce food for ourselves. The agriculture are telling us that 65% or 45% of the farm produce perish between the farm and the market. They need to fix our roads. Even bringing in GMO is increasing the amount of food that will perish in the farm. Keep our road the basic amenities of life are not provided. We have what it takes to feed Africa. So nobody should come and lie to us that we need those toxic substances for food. And if you look at the technology, for me, I think God created nature with some level of orderliness. God does not allow natural transfer of genetic material between species that are different from each other. Otherwise, man will mate with the goats, and something will come out of it. But man can throw science. He's trying to make that possible. There is bad science. For me, GM is a product of bad science. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. P-Sheks, I'm going to come to you. Thank you. I just want to push people in the room. Please, guys, you can see the kind of conversation we're having here today. Today is a very serious conversation. I think Professor Johnson Ekpere is here also. But before we bring him on and I pass the mic to you, Sheks, I just want to push everybody on the platform. Please, guys, if you have questions for them, I'll be in the comment section. If you have questions from YouTube, please just put it in the comment section. Also, TikTok, any question on the comment section, just so we can ask them. We're going to open up the floor eventually when they're done with their submissions for people to come and ask them direct questions. But if you're not opportune to ask them questions and you want to ask them a quick question, please put it in the comment section and we'll put it across to them. Meanwhile, please, everybody on the platform listening to us, please share the space. Let's retweet the space. Let's get up into the conversation. Thank you very much. P-Sheks, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Atkin, for that spirited submission. And, myself and Professor Tashin, and all esteemed Professor Johnson, we were all at the public hearing at the National Assembly. And, it was very obvious that, GMOs in Nigeria were a mistake. Nobody, we can compromise other legislations, but when it comes to food, nobody wants to write a law that will lead to its own death. And this is where these are the points that we need to bring out. And I'm very happy that Professor Johnson is here with us. Professor Johnson, I would leave him to give us, he's going to give us a strong history on how GMOs entered Nigeria, because he was the chairman of the National Biosafety Committee. He was given the assignment to create the framework for our biosafety. In other words, the current government agency called National Biosafety Management Agency that is responsible for regulating GMOs in Nigeria, it was his responsibility to produce the document that was supposed to give back to that agency. But something happened along the line. And I'm very happy to see him here because, he's the father of biosafety in this country, and in fact, Africa, because he negotiated Africa's position on the Cartagena Protocol. Now, the Cartagena Protocol is it's a treaty among nations. It's a binding treaty among nations on to guide in the adoption of biotechnology and also to guide biosafety. So he was representing Africa from the Organization of African Unity. So it doesn't get higher than this. And Professor Johnson, please, we would like you to, your mic is already unmuted. Please, we want to know what happened. How did Nigeria get to this level of vulnerability that we are so porous to GMOs at this time? And what is the future looking like if we keep these GMOs in Nigeria? Prof, over to you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Shagun. It's difficult in the time that we have to give the history. But let me say this, that in the year 2000, there was a world conference in Johannesburg, South Africa, on a topic that was then referred to as Agenda 20,000. Out of that meeting, which I attended, for your information, which was attended by our then head of state, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, a lot of issues about the world environment were discussed. And one of them had to do with the loss of biodiversity. Now, from there, an organization was created, or a protocol emerged, which was the Convention on Biological Diversity. I will suggest that those of you who have access to functional internet should go and Google it. And you will find that out of CBD came a lot of protocols, one of which was the Cartagena Protocol. It was spearheaded by the West, a group of Western countries that were interested in the use of recombinant chemistry, which, by the way, was the beginning of all of this. And again, if you Google recombinant chemistry, you will find what it gave birth to. And one of the areas that recombinant chemistry was supposed to address was biotechnology. Now, biotechnology is a very good science. Every science actually is good. But the issue is this, that you have the science and you have the technology, it does not mean you have to use it. Otherwise, the United Nations will not be talking of limitation of nuclear power, non-utilization of nuclear power. So biotechnology is a good tool that emanated out of a combination of work by those who were interested and most of who were, what they call it now, what the area of study of staffing, it just escaped my mind right now. So, most of whom were microbiologists. Now, the microbiologists took biotechnology protocol and designed all sorts of things, one of which was the development of use of genetic engineering to develop what they thought.
Is it just me?
I think the network.
All right, let's move on to, I think, Professor Christoberg. While we wait for Professor Johnson. Professor Johnson, can you hear us, please?
Yes, I can hear you.
We lost you for the past, I think, 40 seconds.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, audible. Please go on, sir.
Okay. So the microbiologists came and developed biotechnology as a tool for planting material improvement. So that, in fact, was how GMOs came about. Now, that whole area of biotechnology spawned another protocol, international protocol, because it was fully known by a lot of scientists worldwide that biotechnology had, and GMOs had deleterious effects. So that brought about the protocol of biosafety, because CBD wanted the development of another protocol as a counterforce to the use of biotechnology. Now, Cartagena protocol was negotiated almost over 5 years. And gentlemen and ladies, I was in most of those meetings. Myself and a colleague, Dr. Tiwode, and you can Google Tiwode's name, from Ethiopia, were the only two people, the only two Africans who really, with some Latin Americans, raised objection on the use of biotechnology as a tool for genetic improvement. Tiwode was a geneticist, he was a plant breeder, and so he knew everything. Now, I don't want to tell you what I was, but you'll be told I'm an eclectic scientist, and I know all of these things. It's just that I'm not a specialist in microbiology. So, at the end of the negotiations, finally, we were able to install a particular principle which we thought could defend African countries and other countries against the evils of biotechnology. In the documents that I just mentioned about in the biosafety document. So we installed something which we called precautionary principle. And precautionary principle, when it was accepted, the West didn't want it, but we had to push it, and we were able to get it through. Precautionary principle suggests that if you do not have full information on the effect of a particular scientific technology, you can defer action. It's like you have in journalism, if you are not sure, don't publish. So we pushed that. And for up to years since I quit as chair of CDM, removed me from talking about these issues, I have always said Nigeria do not necessarily have to go too far. They should just invoke the precautionary principle. They don't have to ban anything. Just say, we are not prepared to use it right now. And that will save them. But nobody knows, nobody is listening. Now, let me just say that all of this is coming about because people are ignorant. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, go on.
Good. All of this is happening because people are ignorant. Even our scientists are very, very ignorant. They do not know the antecedents of the very basic principles of the science that they are adopting. So that is the problem. When I retired from the OAU, got back to the University of Ibadan, I was contacted by my colleagues in CBD headquarters in Canada. and told that there was an application from Nigeria for funds to develop a biosafety legislation regulation. And that since I was retired, they will approve that request if only I was willing to be the inception chairman of the Biosafety Committee for Nigeria. For almost 6 months, I rejected it and I said, look, I have just retired and I need a rest. But the pressure was a whole lot. So I said, fine. And so my colleagues in CBD, Professor Bedema and others, then approved the request. Now, there are people in the Ministry of Environment who will refute this, and they will say, no, Professor Pera is exaggerating. But they don't know. They don't operate at the international level, and they have no clue as to how these decisions are taken. So the ministry then created a National Biosafety Committee, and I was supposed to chair it. The very first assignment was that I should try to craft a biosafety regulation, which I did. And there are quite a lot of my colleagues in that committee who are now propagating biotechnology. It's unfortunate, and I don't blame them. The pressure on them, if they have alternative opinion, the pressure on them that they will lose their jobs has created their support for what is going on. So we finished, and we handed the document to the National Assembly. We had a senator from somewhere in the Southwest who was very sympathetic and who knew what we were talking about, who was prepared to push this regulation. Because if we did not have a biosafety regulation, then it would be a free-for-all in the transfer of GMO technology to Nigeria. But we needed this regulation to be able to counter and regulate and control, and possibly to make sure that the conditions in the Cartagena Protocol for the acceptance of any form of genetically modified food, seeds, or whatever was met. And all of this were in the draft document which we sent to the National Assembly. Then came the second problem. There is an African organization called OFAB. Don't ask me for the meaning of OFAB, OFAB. That organization was located in Nairobi, and is still there. They sent a representative to come and lobby the Nigerian National Assembly. And I was aware, the National Assembly members were not aware, most Nigerians were not aware. But because I operate at the international level, I knew that OFAB was here, and OFAB, by the way, is partially funded by Bill Gates. So, before we knew it, OFAB had penetrated the National Assembly, eventually brought over the committee that was supposed to look after this, the Committee on Agriculture. They proposed a retreat somewhere, I don't know where, and I was told that I should attend that retreat, and I told them I wasn't coming because I had known the antecedents of what they were going to discuss and what it was going to result in, and I was not prepared as an individual, solo individual at the time, to go and face a well orchestrated attack on what I had done. So I didn't go. Right in that retreat, the document which we midwives had created, crafted with some very, very efficient colleagues, scientists, competent people, was mutilated. it was brought back. When I saw the draft that was now to be considered by the National Assembly, I said, well, if that's what Nigeria wants, that's what Nigeria gets. I still tried to get a few people who I thought might be interested to make comments, but nothing happened. So the document that you have today is not the document that I presided over. Secondly, to make a bad situation worse, somebody told the minister of, or I don't know, somehow the Minister of Environment took a wrong decision to scrap the now biosafety committee. So the biosafety committee was scrapped after I had served my 2 terms. So what we are dealing with today is a very, very, very difficult lobbying situation. And people who are ignorant cannot, in fact, defend a bad science. And Dr. Tafek and all of them understand this. And so when they speak, I only try to back them up with almost 30, 35 years of antecedent information that I have. I think that's all I want to say right now to the question that was asked. That is the history, that is the background. And people who are ignorant will never be able to defend why bad science is being propagated. Finally, let me say that I feel very, very fulfilled, and I've said this everywhere. When I was doing all of this as the Executive Secretary of the OAU Scientific Technical Research Commission, I tried to get Nigerian scientists to be trained in these areas because I have funds in my commission to train them. I couldn't get one person, not even from my university, University of Ibadan. The only person that I was able to get trained was from University of Ife, there, a Cameroon gentleman who was doing a PhD in microbiology. We sent him to be trained. He was trained, he got his degree, and immediately he finished, he was sponged out by that Ford Foundation in St. Louis, Missouri, to go and work on a Monsanto program on the genetic modification of cassava, because cassava was suffering from both mosaic disease and one other disease. So he went there. Now, this was all part of the second section of my bid as chairman of NBC. And they had completely completed the genetic modification of cassava against mosaic and mealybugs. Those were the 2 diseases. And they wanted to bring it to Mudike for what is it called now? For the next set of process before you can even think of a field trial. But before they could do that, they wanted us to say yes to it, that this was already done. So we committee members, including myself, we came to the US, went to Diamond Foundation, and from there we went to Puerto Rico, where they transformed cassava, the GMO cassava were planted. Unfortunately, by the time we got there, the disease, mealybug, and which was recessive, had exploded. That was the first lock that Nigeria had. If we had not stopped the transfer of that particular transformed cassava to Nigeria, or Umudike to undertake confined investigation before field trials, maybe we will not have any cassava left in Nigeria today. And let me say that what I'm saying now can be refuted by the scientists who were now sent from Umudike to go and look at what happened. But that is the fact. So that is the story that I wish I have 2 hours to talk about what had happened. So after almost 40 years in the doldrum by myself, lone voice, talking about the ill effects of GMOs, I feel very satisfied that there are younger, more competent, and more vocal colleagues who have taken out the baton and are running with it. But let me say that I will continue to give you people's support from the rear. So thank you very much. If there are any questions, any issues raised, I will. I'm here.
All right, sir. Thank you very much, Professor Johnson, sir. Thank you very much for that submission. And people also just joined. Professor Johnson Ekpere was the founding chairman of the National Biosafety Committee, and he just gave us a history of how biosafety and biotechnology actually came into Nigeria, a process that he was very, very involved in. Now, he talked about how an organization came from Kenya called OFA. I think that before we listen to our next speaker, let me give a bit of information about that organization, how that organization came into Nigeria, and what that organization is currently doing at the moment. That organization called OFAB was born out of another organization called the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, called AATF. That's the acronym. AATF is the parent, is the mothership, is the parent organization that is pushing GMOs across Africa. And that organization is a brainchild of none other than Bill Gates, who funds it very generously. Now, AATF, like I said, is African Agricultural Technology Foundation. And their work is to push biotechnology across Africa. AATF now discovers that, okay, for us to do this, we need to have like cells all across Africa. And we created what you call the Open Forum for Agricultural Biotechnology, called OFAB. And OFAB now has cells in each country. So you have OFAB Nigeria, OFAB Kenya, OFAB Tanzania, and what have you. So Professor Johnson was just talking about when OFAB Nigeria began to come into Nigeria. And there was a woman who was very involved in this process. Her name is Dr. Rose Gidado. If you listened to me earlier, I mentioned her name. Dr. Rose Gidado she came with OFAB Nigeria from Kenya into Nigeria. And she was the country director, or rather is, because she still holds that office. She holds that office till now. She is the country director of OFAB Nigeria. However, Dr. Rose also entered into federal government service. And today, she's the deputy director of the National Biotechnology Research and Development Agency. She's the deputy director of that agency, and she's the head of department of the National Agricultural Biotechnology Department both are under the Ministry of Science and Technology. Now, what you're looking at here is someone who comes under a foreign organization, or like she would say, a foreign project. Because one day I actually said it, and she said it's not an organization, it's a project. Okay, fine.
Patience. I just want to be very clear. The OFAB is funded by Bill Gates, right?
It's fully Gates.
I didn't get you. You say?
The OFAB is funded by, yes.
Okay, go on.
I'm going to read out the fundings very soon. I'll be giving the serious, and I'll tell you what the money was for. And I'll tell you what OFAB did today. This today, 31st of July. I'll tell you just in a moment. I'm coming. So now, OFAB Nigeria, which is actually a spun-off from the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, AATF. So it's like you want to infiltrate a certain country, then you send your foot soldiers, and that's OFAB. So OFAB actually comes with the GMOs, enters Nigeria. Then shortly after, a company was registered in Nigeria called Monsanto Agriculture Nigeria Limited. That is like the seed company that was going to push the GMO seeds into Nigeria. So what Professor Johnson was just saying just now was that at the time he was doing the ethical work of midwifing a proper, biosafety protocol for Nigeria, foreign interference came in from OFAB, and then, like they would always do, organized conferences. They will take you to the best conferences, 5-star hotel, 3 days conference in a 5-star hotel. You're coming in, you're seeing white people with pie charts, bar chart and all the rest, projections telling you how this thing is going to fix the economy, how to fix this. I mean, you look it up the internet, they said that the BT cotton was going to give us $534 million. It was going to revive Nigeria's textile. They come out with these promises, projections. And all you just need to do is take this document and take it to your National Assembly and ensure it is approved. And they give you mobilization fee and per diem, all in thousands of dollars. There is nothing that they would want to say that you will not accept at that point. And that's exactly how Professor Johnson's document was sidelined, and then what you currently have there was midwifed by this woman called Dr. Rose Gidado. Now, like I said, she holds that office today. So imagine she came in as an advocate, came in under as an activist and advocacy, but today she's a policy driver and a scientist on this same thing in this very country. When she's federal government, you don't know. When she's OFAB, you don't know. So she brings the things in as OFAB, and then she would use the front of federal government to push it. Today, this very today, right? They had, was it yesterday or today? Yesterday or today? They went to the north because with the current drive against GMOs, money has been released. And they went to the north to meet with some clerics, Islamic clerics. I'm going to put the video up on the Jumbotron shortly. I'll look for it and put it up. When I saw it yesterday. Oh, you saw it? Aha. Yes. They went to meet some Islamic clerics because now everywhere there's fire on the mountain. So they released money. Now, before I go into that, let me read some of the monies that were released into AATF.
These guys want to finish Nigeria.
From Bill Gates. Now, coinciding with the same time Professor Johnson was working on those documents, the date is February 2008, and AATF received $35.8 million from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And everything I'm saying currently, you can go to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation website, the Gates Foundation website, you'll see there. The reason for the $35 million was to develop drought-tolerant maize for small farmers in Africa. This was 2008. Then, 2010, they released $200,000. And maybe that's for the conference that Professor Johnson refused to go to. They said the purpose was to support conference that enhances knowledge sharing and awareness on biotechnology and contributes to building, listen to this, and contributes to building an enabling environment for decision making. Let me take that again. That money was released to support conference that enhances knowledge sharing and awareness on biotechnology and contribute to building an enabling environment for decision making. That was what that money was for. Then the following year, 2011, they released another $1 million, and it says for general operating support for GMOs in Africa. Then, same year, the following year, they released $3.9 million to enhance knowledge sharing and awareness on agricultural biotechnology for improved understanding and appreciation, $3.9 million. Then they released another $4.7 million for about the same thing. Then they released another $50 million to develop and distribute improved maize hybrids and drought tolerant and insect resistant and higher yielding maize. This was in 2012. As of 2012, many of us here, many people, not me, some people on this call were still maybe primary or secondary school. But see where the agenda don't be agenda. $50 million don't drop for this thing as far back as 2012. 2013.
Oh, wait, please. This $50 million dropped by who?
Bill Gates.
So Bill Gates just like Nigeria like this.
The biotechnology development agency, whatever they call themselves, in Abuja, and of course with that, tell me, how can the Nigerian government face up with that kind of thing? The only way to do it is to have Nigerian scientists who have a conscience and who know better than what they are doing because of dollars. Thank you, God.
Yeah, so by 2013, they released another $104,000. By 2015, they released $10.5 million. And the reason for that money was to enhance knowledge sharing and awareness on agricultural biotechnology. That's majorly just to, as in bribe anybody you need to bribe. $10.5 million to do giveaway. That's what they said here. By 2016, $11.2 million for about the same thing. By 2017, about $400,000 to develop strategies or approaches to effectively and sustainably achieve higher mechanization usage by smallholder cassava farmers. Then, like that and like that, $27 million dropped in 2018 to fund the approval and initiation of commercialization of transgenic, drought-tolerant, and insect-pest protected maize hybrids in at least 4 African countries. To fund the approval and initiation of commercialization of transgenic GMO maize, that's Stella maize. This $27 million dropped in 2018. Guess when the request for Stella maize entered Nigeria? 2018. By later in 2018, another $4.3 million drops to provide funding to support the development of hybrid rice. What came into Nigeria as golden rice, and so on and so forth. Another $4.3 million. 2019, $18.2 million to enhance knowledge sharing and awareness on agricultural biotechnology. Then 2020, $4.8 million to address blah 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 blah, and so on and so forth. So all the monies together is about $175.602 million that has come into Nigeria that has come into Africa, trickling down into just 3 African countries that this thing worked for.
Million and billion.
$175 million, $175.6 million. This is for only GMO. Only GMO. We have not talked about the other things, because by the time you add all the other things that the guy is funding in Nigeria, like for instance, just in October, November last year, he released $54 million to only our Ministry of Health. Only our Ministry of Health, $54 million. When you convert that to Naira, you know why it's important for them to ensure that we have a weak currency so that small will become big in our eyes. So we are fighting a war here with people who, I mean, of all the problems in Nigeria, we have insecurity issues in our farms in the north, even in the middle belt, and even in the south. It's happening all over. We have insecurity issues. Why are they not interested in helping us solve our insecurity issues if they really care about our food production as it were? Why are they not looking into? You said?
Bishop, go on. I wanted to ask a question, but go on.
Okay. Why are they not helping us look into stopping post-harvest losses? Post-harvest losses are our biggest cause of food insecurity. Because according to reports, 40% of what we produce in Nigeria, we lose them to post-harvest losses as high as 40%. So when you are losing 40% of what you're producing, if you're able to save that 40%, don't you think that we're going to have food for all? So why are these billionaires and these people not coming to help us look into these particular issues? When there was even palliatives for the common man, these palliatives that were given to our politicians and given to our people never got to the common man. But GMO must get to the common man, whether we like it or yes. Who are we deceiving? So these are the conversations that we are on, and I just wanted to read out those figures to buttress what Professor Johnson was saying about how, he submitted and then he flipped the report later on. And I can tell you that it is starting in the National Assembly, and I can tell you it's happening even at the moment, because after we had the public hearing, if you have not watched the public hearing on GMOs, the one that happened November 19 last year, it's on my handle, it's on SEFSA's handle, it's on the internet. Go and watch it. Try and watch everything. You will be thoroughly entertained. That public hearing was a revelation. In fact, Rose Gidado, all of them were there. Everybody supporting GMO in this country was there. But also, all of us were there. Myself, I was there. Professor Johnson was there. Professor Tatfen was there. Professor Christopher was there. And several others. Were quite a lot. And we all spoke. And by that we're done, everybody knew that GMO was dying in this country. But guess what? Since after that public hearing, when Honorable Mukhtar Shagaya moved the motion in May 16, the committee was supposed to get back to the National Assembly after 4 weeks. 4 weeks turned to November, from May to November. It was November that we now had the public hearing. Between November last year and today, the report of the public hearing, people like say, he won't die. They are trying to play the waiting game, the delay tactics, so that everybody will forget about it, and then they will now flip the results, and nobody will see. But we say no. We have been monitoring it, because all of us were there, the videos are out there, and that's one of the reasons why we are pushing the videos out. You saw that video of that man, the Kabir Ibrahim, who said, if you eat GMOs and die, it's better than not to eat and die. That video is everywhere. That video was at the public hearing, So we are pushing it out there so that everybody will see. So that by the time they try to bring a report that is different from what actually happened, then there will be a revolution. Because all of us were there, everybody watched it. So if something different comes out, then we know that it's just for them to also ask them, when did they go and do the conference? Because already we have heard that 2 conferences are held already. They flew some of our judges to Kenya to go and attend conference in Kenya. And after the conference in Kenya, of course, information reached us. Then they organized a secret training for a few of our lawmakers who are actually going to make a decision on this thing. They organized secret training for them. And we are aware. And I've also countered it. So we are following them bumper to bumper. And they say, if it's just a few of us following this matter, then it's not going to be effective. But we need everybody to follow this matter. Because the more this thing delays, let me ask you a question. When last did you see earthworm? When last did you see earthworm? Earthworm, that when we were growing up, we used to see earthworm everywhere, every corner. We can't find earthworm anywhere today. If you are seeing earthworm, if you can see earthworm very well, if you are seeing earthworm, it's a sign of a good soil, a soil that doesn't have chemicals in it, soil that is not bad. But today, where are earthworms? How many of you, if you're a farmer, you're listening to me, and you have earthworm on your farm, please let me know. Earthworms are rare, scarce. Why? because these chemicals are killing them. These are the real causes of biodiversity loss. And then they come and tell us, like what they were saying. I listened to the video when they spoke to the Islamic clerics to them yesterday. They said that the reason for GMOs is because of climate change. For us to combat food security that is coming as a result of climate change. My question to climate change activists is that what did the previous generation do about the climate? What did they do to fix climate? I want to know, what did my grandfather do to fix the climate? What did my great-grandfather do to fix the climate? The climate changes naturally every 30, 35, 40 years. By natural, and everything will adjust. Everything will adjust. These are laws and principles that were set before the world began. Like I said to any of the scientists, when you opened the particular organism and you opened the gene, you saw the genes there, you saw the genes were carefully arranged. It was God that put it there. Somebody put those things there. The person that put it there also made that creature adapt to the climate where it finds itself. So you're trying to do what nobody sent you to do. Later on, Bill Gates came and said he wants to block the sun. Later they said they want to fix climate change by pouring chemicals inside the cloud. Later nobody sent you people this message. Why are you creating regulations and creating laws, creating all sorts of funny things from what nobody said to go and do? Later, Bill Gates came and said that we must kill all the cows because the cow fat now is causing climate change. It's putting too much methane in the air, that we should not start eating lab-grown meat. What kind of thing is that? Who is sending these people messages? Who has made these people the official doctors and farmers for the rest of us? Are we irrational beings and not living?
Bishop, let me just cut you short. Let me just cut you short, and I will make you continue.
I can never forget that cow fat was affecting the environment. My head.
S is welcome. Welcome.
A few years ago, I said, how many cows don't take this war from like that?
I have a friend that went to Zanzibar on holiday, and then Zanzibar sent me videos. If you see Bill Gates Island in the middle of the water, in the middle of the ocean, if you see Bill Gates Island, you're not allowed to move to drive your boat. How many kilometers to that island? These people that are telling you of climate change are buying houses at beachfronts, owning islands in the center of ocean, and are coming to preach to you about climate change. If they were so scared that the climate is about to collapse, what are they doing all this kind of in these places? It is insane how much these guys use propaganda to gaslight and to bamboozle the society. And people will be falling for these people.
If they grind cockroach like this, do it like this. I said, what is going on? Look, I leave cow, they chop cockroach. They started with the Netherlands. Oh, the cows in Netherlands, they need to at least half them. I said, well, sit down, they chop away the mess with one cow to one factory is what? One cow to one factory is what?
All the private jets that are flying.
They will begin to cockroach. Investigation into worm technology, how they can use earth millipede to make a cake. I said, are we planning on how to live outer space? Are we still in Earth?
Gentlemen, can I just make one comment?
Please go on, sir. Please go on, sir. And we have people here that want to ask questions. So please, if you're up here and you want to ask a question, please your hand should just be up.
Let me just say this.
Professor, go on.
This is very relevant. A few weeks ago, your Minister of State for Agriculture said on air that there is no GMO in Nigeria. I don't know if some of you saw it.
Sir, I was there. I was standing in front of the Minister of State that day. That video that is on the internet, now I use my phone. I have the full recording of that interview. I stood in front of him and I recorded him with my phone. the journalist that asked him the question, I was the one that told the journalist to ask him. And I recorded him. And our Minister of State in Nigeria said that there is no GMOs in Nigeria. I've not posted the video yet. I'm going to post. I just shared it, and then it was on the news. I will post it maybe by tomorrow.
Please, what's the minister's name, please?
Look, I check now, Minister.
See how useless this set of ministers are under this cabinet that you cannot even name 5. You can't name 5 of the ministers out of 53 in this government. All bunch of retards. They just carry old archival politicians where we say now just to steal money, they just put them. Hi, God save Nigeria. They can't see Oyinboma when they dash their free money. Big Gates go to use these people. He go give them 2 million. These people go sell Nigeria. We go chop cow shit. Say that meat. These people, hey, Nigeria better one chance. Because save us. Please, let's bring in people to ask questions. Please, if you're up here, you want to ask a question, the house will be up, please. If you're requested for the mic, please, it's important, please. Let's pass the mic to the audience. And if you cannot ask a question, you can drop in the comment section. We're going to ask it also. Okay, please, let's start with the lady. It's a beautiful flower. Please, let's have your question, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, guys. Great room. Professor, can you hear me, sir? I just wanted to make sure before I go on.
Professor Johnson, can you hear her, please?
Hello, sir, are you there? Okay, maybe you should just ask the question. We'll keep it. When any of the professors come, we would answer it.
Oh, okay. So it's a bit scientific. That's why. I need to hear me. So I work in the biotech industry, and I know we're sort of coming out of our industry. So I was like, oh my God. But I'm on the mammalian and the microbial side. But there's something about Patience, thank you for that introduction. But we've gone far in Nigeria. We signed the telomeres in 2019. We did the trials in 2021, and we rolled out in dry season in 2024, and 2025 is rolling out now. So for telomeres, for BT cotton, and for PBR cowpea. Now, BT cotton, so we have cotton, and then we have BT cotton. And I know Professor will understand what BT is. It's just a Bacillus thuringiensis bacterium. So what we do is you inject that bacterium in your seed. And then what it means is it protects the outside layer. And so the plants that feed or spoil your seeds, it will be resistant. That's what that means. Now, and thank you for the question, Professor. I followed your work since it's, I know I'm in the diaspora, but I pay attention to the biotechnological field in Nigeria. So thank you for that, for raising that attention. But I just wanted us to know how far we've gone. The National Biosafety Management Act of 2015 was amended in 2019, gave the okay for the trial. So it's been a good far. The problem with GMO, even though we want to thank science for keeping us alive and doing all these things for us, is the dependency on the seed. These seeds are patent. That means that every time, for every season, you have to go back to Monsanto or Bayer. Those are the two huge giant companies that have access to this seed. So that means that then you'll be able to just imagine a country being dependent on a corporation. That's not a good thing. So that's my argument against that. But I wanted him to speak to that BT cotton. And that's why I came up. So maybe I'll just wait for him. I can go down and come back if you have a lot of people you want to bring. But I really want to ask him.
What's your question on the BT cotton?
So for the rollout.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. If he's aware of the rollout where we are in Nigeria for the dry season for 2024, rainy season for 2025, for the telomeres. Now, for the BPL cowpea and BT cotton, and how far we've gone.
Okay, well, that's BT cotton was rolled out in 2016. That was actually the first one that was rolled out. It's basically what we call the pink bollworm, and it's also a BT. It's Bacillus thuringiensis. Same gene from the cry-1b stuff was taken from the Bacillus thuringiensis and put into So it's also the BT cotton, and that was rolled out in 2016. That's actually the first one. Anywhere they've introduced this thing, they always start with BT cotton. First of all, because it won't generate as much conversation, because people don't eat cotton directly, except when processed as cotton seed and all that. So, but many countries stopped at cotton. For instance, in India, when they introduced it in the early 2000s, it led to the death of over 300,000 farmers because it failed. And and Monsanto themselves admitted that they failed in India. There are reports for that. Tons and tons of research, peer-reviewed research, to prove that Monsanto failed in BT cotton in India, led to the death of many Indian farmers. In fact, it got into Bollywood. They had to make movies about it. It was a big thing in India, and India never moved out of cotton. Many other countries like Burkina Faso in 2016, they pulled out of. In fact, Burkina Faso introduced BT cotton much earlier, but in 2016 they finally pulled out of the whole thing because it gave them inferior limbs. They couldn't export it. It wasn't as good quality, and of course, it created seed dependency. Their soil was destroyed, and then all the farmers. I mean, if you go to YouTube right now, just Google 500 Burkina Faso cotton farmers revolt against BT cotton. You'll see the videos there. Revolted against it. So, but it's just sad that in Nigeria, what everybody has rejected. Even our Nigerian cotton farmers, I spoke to the cotton farmers, I spoke to the president of the Cotton Farmers Association in Nigeria, and he said the same thing. When the thing came into Nigeria, it was 15,000 per kg, and you need 4 kg per acre. Right now, it's 55. As of last year, it was 55,000 naira per kg. So that's about 220,000 naira to plant cotton on 1 acre. How many farmers have that kind of money? And you complained that right now many of them are bearing the brunt. If you go to 23rd of September, Business Day article, 23rd of September, you see a report by the Cotton Farmers Association of Nigeria, NACOTAN, complaining about the failure of BT cotton in Nigeria 6 years after. All the promises made by Rose Gidado and Adil, everything to the drain. And of course, like I said earlier on, no one is talking about it because we are fully desensitized in Nigeria. The cotton farmers are crying. Later on, they'll move from cotton farming to to cattle riding, and then because everybody has to survive. But guess what? But destroying our soil, destroying our land, and they are crying out, but no one is hearing their voice. Other people have cried out in other countries, and the government has taken actions. But our own government have attended conferences, and then they're giving them per diems and dollars, and of course, sweep it under the carpet. The press, or do you pay them, they won't carry your story. So I think, does that answer your question about when BT cotton was rolled out and how far it's gone in Nigeria? Please let me know.
Yes, and for the Burkina Faso, I tell you, I follow it. What about the CalP? Have you seen the reports? I guess, can you point me to where I can find that report? I couldn't find it.
So the PPR CalP is doing the same thing. Now, the PPR CalP is, there's a lot of research coming out on PPR CalP in Nigeria. A lot saying, and you see, this is where we need to also balance what we say. One of the reasons why some of us are able to really go against this thing is because we don't study these things because we want to go against it. We study it to know. Let us be clear. Let us be objective about it. And research came out that PBR CalP, which is GMO beans, essentially, that it has reduced the number of use of pesticide, that they apply on it. That one was rolled out, I think, 2018, fully in 2019, and they said it's doing very well. That it's everywhere, we improved on the seeds, and they even said that the Nigerian scientists that worked on it was actually that Nigeria was the first place, I think, in the world or so where they were fully able to complete the project with some Australian scientists and co and stuff. The very guy that worked on PPR CalP, Dr. Abraham Issa, He was the one that I debated him. I debated him at Brekete Studio. He was there. And the flaws with PBR Calpi is very simple. Number one, there are no long-term research to prove that after the third or fourth year, you are not going to increase the number of your sprays. There are no long-term research to support it. There is no health-based risk assessment to support it. And the so-called research that they have was funded by the same OFAB. So you're already looking at because that already invalidates the whole thing. And also the soil. If you do the microbial test of the soil, like was said at the public hearing by chemical Dr. Ifeanyi Kasimir, if you carry out the microbial test on the soil and before and after you plant PBR cowpea, it's not the same. The soil is being affected big time, and there are research to prove.
Sorry, please, patience. When you're calling this PBR cowpea for the layman, is what is the term for the layman? Common mother and father is beans, Abi. Hey, all of us will chop akara. Hey, oh my God. Please go on.
It is found, you just saw PBR cowpea. It's beans, GMO beans, to say it as it is.
Moi, akara. Hey, God have mercy. God damn it. No wonder the kind mess face of Nigerians they mess inside public transport. You could wonder what these people they chop. Which kind of beans species are these people eating? Ha! No. Please go on, P-Shakes. Kai.
Just butcher some of the point you've raised here.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, really, I don't want to really go into the science of it because I actually don't know much of the people on this platform. I was a little bit superficial for me to communicate easily. Yes, my sister spoke about the BT cotton. My sister is much more worse than what you think. From the Burkina farmers, they went through hell. I'm telling you. Burkina farmers were visiting Burkina Faso. I met a lot of them complaining about it. The worst again was aside producing very short cotton fibers, the cotton sticks after harvest could not be degraded. In our traditional system of farming, when you harvest, you can turn the ground on the leaves of the plant to form manure even for the plant to grow. It would not even degrade.
Oh, I'm losing you. Prof, I'm losing you. Hello, Prof. Prof, can you hear me, please? Prof cannot hear me. Prof, can you hear me? Prof, network don't be GMO. Your network is genetically modified. Prof. Hi. Wow, Prof. This information is passing here is very important. So you have to start again, sir. Please from beginning.
Sir, it's breaking. We can hear you, but it's breaking.
I'm breaking.
Sir, we change location in the pool.
We are struggling. We can't hear anything you're saying, sir. If you can hear us, please, if you could drop and come back, sir. Or change your location of where you are.
Okay, I think he's trying to connect.
So pictures, take it up from here, please. Thank you.
What Prof was saying was so important.
Please, pictures. Why don't they use a local name for us? I beg. If you want to call, let's call the local name for Nigerians. That's where Nigerians, the ones they understand. Because if you call them, I can't campaign. Now people will say, waiting concern them and come. People know they chop beef now.
So, what Prof was saying just now was that
The prof is back.
Prof is back. Okay.
Yes, the two profs are back.
Aha.
But Professor Chrysanthemous did not come back. Oh.
Professor Christopher, you will come. You know, Christopher is now the vice chancellor.
Oh yes, that's true. That's true.
Yes. And I really want him to speak. He's the one that has bombed them very well on TV recently. His interview on Channel TV is like nuclear weapon inside their camp. So we'll get him back. I'm speaking to him on the phone. I'm trying to get him to come back. Dr. Tasha, please, we lost you for everything you were saying about the degradation of the
soil.
Yes, please. So you could take it from the sir. Professor Patrick,
what if I told you that this program is being jammed?
It's very, very possible. It's very, very possible.
Science is a speculative way of thinking.
Yes.
Even though some will say it is conspiracy, whatever they call it.
No, sir, during the public hearing, sir, the public hearing, when I streaming it to YouTube that day, it was jammed. At the point, all the networks started going bad, and then the media guys came to meet us that there are people in the hall that are using jammers to jam the signal. Because that public hearing to date is the most attended public hearing at the National Assembly. There was a huge crowd standing, the whole place was full. There were more than almost 40 to 50 lawmakers present, seated on the stage. And in the crowd, there were people that were jamming the signals. They were jamming the signal that day. By the following day, they had tried to bring down the public hearing from YouTube. They tried to bring it down from our handle, but they were unsuccessful. Then they started the mass reporting our YouTube page. YouTube page that has at that time had like 100 people, not like anything serious. But then the next thing we went there and then we saw that YouTube had brought down the page. We had to contest it with YouTube that you can't take it down. So they've tried to bring down several of our videos. Even when we went to Honorary President Studio, that video, they brought it down they reported it till brought it down. You won't find that video on the Honorary President's YouTube page. You only find it on Twitter page, not even Facebook. So we understand that it's a war, and they try to jam and try to mess up our signals from time to time, but it's not going to stop the truth from flowing out. That is not going to happen. So, Professor Tasha, please, if you're back, we need you to continue on that thread that or just unmute your mics and we could take it from there. If not, just interrupt me. If not, maybe I'll just put it into perspective so we can move on. What Professor Tasha was trying to say is that after the harvest, the stock of the cotton was not degradable. It didn't, you use it for mulching in our normal farming practices, but it didn't degrade. It was just there. It didn't degrade, and that's what I said earlier on. There's a video I have to that effect I can share. GMO food it's not biodegradable like a regular one. When we say these things, they will ask us for peer-reviewed research, and they say evidence-based research. And many times I want to tell them evidence-based fire you there. And that's what I want to tell them. But of course, playing in science, you have to play with evidence. But the facts are there. Let's go to our hospitals and check on them. In Nigeria, we don't keep records. There are no records of incidents and cases of certain types of diseases in Nigeria because they don't want to look at the reports. They don't want that data to exist because data will inform research. So I have a friend who had bread. He bought bread. And the wheat, he was suspecting that the wheat used for that bread was, GMO. And that bread was fresh for almost 22 weeks. He put the bread on his table, like you put your radio, your phone pouch, he put bread there. And the thing for 22 weeks, single fungi grew on that bread. No mold, nothing. And then somebody will eat that bread and you will tell me that stomach could be normal. No, now. So these are the concerns. At least Professor Tashman was saying it. The stock did not degrade on the farm. And of course, messing up everything. And that's what I keep telling the scientists. No matter where you study, no matter what you studied, in fact, Bill Gates sponsored with science or biotechnology at Michigan University. And then that same Michigan University is where most of these our biosafety people, biotechnology people, they will now sponsor them to go there and study. So you're going to
Michigan State University, Michigan State.
Michigan State University.
Yes.
Yeah, he sponsors the science there. Then he sponsors the regulation somewhere else in Colombia also. So by the time you go somewhere, the biotechnologists go and study somewhere, then the regulators go and study somewhere else. So of you go and go to your country with curated science that has been skewed. So from some of our scientists, they can die there. They are there because it's hard to tell them that they got their degrees and their degrees are lies. You know, it's hard to tell them that they want to start asking some of us, what's your qualification to talk about this? Qualification kill you. That's why I always tell them, everybody that eats food has a right to question what he eats. Everybody that eats has a right. If you don't want us to talk about it, then this your so-called science that you have, expert science, then it should be to only feed you expert scientists. If you are going to use this expert science and feed the population, then you have to be answerable to us. And any question we ask you, answer us. So that's what I tell them, because they use it as one of their talking points to try to dissuade people from talking about it. Because it's not jazz. And science is not religion that you tell us to believe the science. You can't tell us to believe science. Science was born from inquiry, from questions.
Fact.
So we will keep questioning them. We'll keep studying on it, and we'll keep, finding them properly. So that's why, Ms. Adam said, if you have questions, please bring out the questions, and we have eminent persons in the house to answer the questions.
I think Professor Tatman, can you verify if you can now speak, please?
While you are waiting for Professor Tatman, can I just make one statement?
Please go on, Prof.
The fact that the stocks do not degrade is the same basic principle that was provided by those who get vaccines. The new form of vaccines that are created through Bill Gates Foundation sponsorships and being currently traded all over the African continent. In the sense that the RH factor that is implicit in the vaccine cannot be removed from your DNA once you've taken the vaccine. And they would like to tell you that you will urinate and the cells will go off. No. If you ask the two Nigerians who were involved in the RH factor component of vaccine production, they will tell you just that. So there is a component in the vaccines that are being promoted in your country today that creates a different kind of DNA with an RH factor attached to one of your protective DNAs, which fights infection, yes, but it creates other problems because it only fights infections that it can detect, and so the infections that it cannot detect will kill you. All of these technologies, they all have consequences. If you take a particular drug, a new drug, against a particular disease today, you will find at least 5 or 6 or something a dozen side effects. Why? Because your DNA has been reconditioned to fight only that disease for which the RH factor was created. So it's exactly the same thing in crops. If you cannot degrade it, then what is this? These people have to be careful. People have to be careful. There is a science that today can create a whole human being. I mean, seven. Is some people in Europe suggest conspiracy theory that human beings, that humanoids working somewhere on this continent, on this world, that are not born. Things going on because science is overshot its relevance.
They're already attacking this
We
network.
have to be very, very careful what we accept and what we question. Thank you. I'm sorry to
Professor Tatfen, can you hear us now?
Okay. Big, the line breaks. Are you hearing?
somebody on the YouTube.
When I hear the prospection,
Yes, go on, sir. Go on.
Try the cotton, there was somebody.
Like these people, Olympics allow us to learn something now. Ah,
Professor Tasha, sir.
did they really?
Professor Tasha, I will have to call you on the phone. Professor Tasha is like, I will call you on one of my other phones. Then I'll put the phone near because it's breaking seriously. Like almost every millisecond, you're breaking.
If you can call me, I can speak to.
Yes. Let me call you on my other phone, and then I'll just put it close to the. Just hold on a second. I'll call you. 1 second.
These people are doing everything. So this conversation will not go out there. No.
Oh man, I'm not that supported. Today is today. Hello, Prof.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
I hope the audience also get.
They are hearing you. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. So, I was trying to take a lead from what the sister said, trying to explain why the cotton stock couldn't also take it in Burkina Faso. So, aside the low yield, those cotton stock become what they call xenobiotics. That means compound that cannot be integrated by microorganisms. It's either those microorganisms were not available in the soil to degrade these cotton stocks, or they were available, but they were unable to degrade them. So there was an environmental issue with BT cotton farming in Burkina Faso. As I'm talking to you now, if you listen to what the Burkina president said recently, never again would they want to experience that kind of thing. So that's why you see the kind of agricultural revolution that's going on in Burkina Faso. As of now, GMO can hear it. They don't want to smell it because they had it actually very account with GM. Talking about beans, the most annoying thing is that beans is marketed in Nigeria, but how many of us are aware? How many of us are aware? Because they always sneak in some of these products without letting us know. Just as I said in my earlier presentation, it is not true that you cannot label GM in Africa. You can label it. There's what I call genetic labeling. What they are doing actually is to remove a gene from an organism into the beans. There are also genes we refer to as chromogene, genes that provide colors to grains, working as well. Remove some of these color genes from other plants, transfer it to like beans, so that beans will be green or violet. At least when you fry akara with beans that is violet, we will know what are they disguising identity of the GM. We're making it look ethical with the conventional. That's the question we need to ask ourselves. So you don't need to sleep from morning till midnight to really understand that GM is not something we need. GM is a violation. GM rapes our culture. We know what our culture demands. And GM is I call it GMO, especially for food. It's an anti-godly technology. Why am I saying this? Have we ever asked ourselves that the respiratory gases we are talking about is also flying in the soil? If you grow beans on the soil containing that respiratory gases, the gene of that respiratory gases cannot naturally be transferred to the beans. But it's not science that man is trying to do it because God had said earlier, created nature with a level of orderliness. What we call interspecies transfer of genes doesn't happen naturally. Now, it's only orderliness in nature. It's only organisms that are species that can exchange our genetic materials. But they are using science now to take genetic materials from all related organisms and crossing them. But there is a price to pay. There is a price to pay. Don't teach this our scientists. Those who are promoting this science don't understand. No gene work in isolation. Now, when they test a gene by transferring it into another plant, it will interact with other genes in that plant. Some properties that you do not expect may come out from it. Now, most time, we will be very short-studies. Short-term studies. Within 3 months, they don't have abracadabra and the talk has come out. Let them allow that gene to interact with the other gene in that new system where it will not over a period of 5 years. Let's say that new gene will not come out. The new gene that we do not expect will be generated. Because no gene works in isolation. There are a lot of things. The painful aspect of it is what are they giving to this power? I don't know. I'm calling the children of the imperialists. Carrying a black skin. We should get science. Just as my brother said, it's not religion. Science is not religion. It's actually fact. And the facts are available to tell us that this product are not needed by Africans. Why? Talk about insecurity. That's a major problem. Let me talk about infections. Why are they not investing in those infection plaguing African continent? Why must it be our food chain? Because once you seize a man's stomach, you've taken everything from him. Yes, there's another form of colonization, that's how I put it. We've colonized our mind in the past. But now they're trying to recolonize us through our food chain. We are not saying they shouldn't produce a GMO. But they should to say we want it or we don't want it. They produce it, let them take it to their country and consume it. God has blessed this continent for Christ's sake. God has blessed us. Let people know that the social technology has been removed from it. It's not true. I don't believe in that. So look at the kind of deadly patenting they're coming up with. Are we aware? Look at what is happening in Zimbabwe. The Zimbabwe farmers a couple of months back were shouting. Because after ensuring that they destroy all their conventional seeds, the price of seed now went up. Semi-infecting in our country. And that's the same system they're trying to put us through. They come with all manner of philanthropic actions. Oh, we are giving you this seed free. We'll be giving you free. Yeah, those are what they did with the Burkina Faso. Second year it was free. The third year they got it at 250,000 francs. The fourth year started going up until they got to almost 2,500 safer. That's the same game everywhere. They say wise man learn from other people's mistakes. Why is it that in Nigeria, we call ourselves the giants? I keep telling people that anywhere GMO goes, genetic modified organism pass. Modified corruption follows. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Tatfriend, for that. And, I will just add a very little to it, There's, I think we said so much about GMOs tonight. And one of the
guys, let's go to 100k likes. Now, what's happening TikTok?
Is the transfer of genes. God didn't make it that genes will be all over the place. Biocorruption is a terminal sin. I mean, if you look at where it had ever happened. Genesis 6, when angels came and mated with humans. I mean, believe it or not, whether you like it or not, there's a report of something like that. And see what happened. Now you have them taking genes. At the 7th Biosafety Conference in Abuja, I attended it. One of these GMO professors, he said, this was the examples he used. He said, if they want a human being to have horn, it's for them to go to an animal that has horn, take out the gene that gives horn, and plant it on a human's head, and put it in a human being. So these are science, forbidden science. It's not every science that is good. It's not every science that we should practice. So these are forbidden science, and they are poorly regulated. It's not that woman that we saw that is going to regulate GMOs in Nigeria, Dr. Yemisi Aspire. I went to their office. That office is like any other local government office. You know, as ineffective and as dysfunctional as they are. That is how the office is. I went there myself. I've interacted with their staff. It's just another government office that is looking for how to, make money from here and there. Nothing about biosecurity, nothing about biosafety. Yeah. So Nigeria is in trouble if our young people and if our population does not get it right. And we don't have, this is the time we have. Thank God that it's gone as far as it is gone. Thank God that the awareness is where it has reached. We cannot afford for us to lose this particular war at this time. I just thought to add this thought. If there are other questions you want to ask.
Yeah, appreciate it. Let me please. That's all. That is what I want to do. So please, guys, if you want to ask questions, please. I'm going to start with those that are up here. If you're up here, please, your hand should be up. I will be bringing everybody up that is requesting the mic. But me, I want to first of all ask my question. Right? For so long we have been having these farmers headers clashes. And that is with me. I'm going. I don't know whether you guys, it covers people's scope, but I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist. But if we are currently having an organization or some people trying to change the kinds of seed that we have, do you guys see any correlation with the incessant unaliving of our farmers by these headers? Do you guys feel like, because I'm thinking that maybe most of these headers are actually being, not the headers now, the killer ones. These killer ones have been out there, that are actually being funded to go and wipe out these people, because it is no coincidence that it's just majorly states that are actually feeding Nigeria that are having all these incessant unalivings from. Do you guys see any correlation? Are you guys looking at it from that angle also, or you guys just think it is just headers farmers clashes, please?
Okay, so first, I did a research. We did a report which I need to update. All the publicly reported cases of insecurity in Nigeria from 2014 to 2024. We did that research, and in fact, we did not just the research, we did the territorial occupation of those places that have been affected by insecurity, even up to the crops that they farm in those places. And 98% of the locations are actually farming regions. Major farming, major farming. So even though science will say correlation doesn't mean causation, in other words, fact it correlates doesn't mean it's cost is the cause of it until it's proven. But the correlation in itself is strongly suggestive, very strongly suggestive, that especially when you look at the kind of sophisticated weapons that these guys are carrying, you look at it. There was a particular report in a certain village in Kajuru. In fact, my house help in the house here, who is like a family member to us now, is from this village. And there was a particular report of bike men, about over 100 bike guys, about three person on each bike, over 100 bikes, storms this village and starts shooting sporadically, shooting and shooting everywhere. And then the villagers, who are predominantly farmers, went in, brought their farming tools, and started trying to defend themselves. And in the process of trying to defend themselves with the local weapons that they could use, their farming tools, a white helicopter, this report is in many major dailies, including Tribune, this day, many of them. This happened in 2022. A white helicopter comes from nowhere and then starts shooting at the farmers. In other words, defending the bike guys that came in. And then starts shooting at the farmers. Do you know what it is to have a helicopter? I don't know when terrorists started using helicopters. And a white helicopter, which NGO uses white, please?
Well, UN comes to mind, but let me not talk too much.
Exactly. So what I'm trying to say is that, where did they get these things from? How are these things possible? So, the correlation is too strong, especially when you also find what Dr. Jamanzi is his report about a certain technology. And last week I was with Dr. Arikana, Ambassador Dr. Arikana Chihumburi, and we were having a conversation, and she talked about it. She just said in Kenya that the farmers, especially the seed farmers, that they were given devices that they can use to make payments for their, that farmers can use to buy seeds in rural settlements to solve the issues of payments when they're trying to buy seeds. And those devices were later used to track the location of the seed farmers and then unalive them. She was telling me about what happened in Kenya, that it's so terrible. And I said, well, it happened in Nigeria too. Dr. Benjamanzi talked about it, that it happened in Nigeria, and he has proof for it. And she was like, oh, it happened in Nigeria also. So you're looking at similar blueprints across Africa, and these are people, this is how the many of these organizations work, especially where you have USAID, for instance. They always have, USAID actually works for the CIA, has always worked for the CIA. So they've always advanced and in course that aligns with their agenda. And then you ask yourself, what's the big agenda? What's the big picture? And it's very simple. Dependency. The sovereignty of nations is too much for some nations to have. Nations must be dependent on the global powers. It is something that we must never forget. Right from the League of Nations, the League of Nations, the Council of Foreign Relations, and the Royal Institute of International Affairs, they have always advocated for global governance. And the enemy of global governance is your national sovereignty. This is what led to World War I and World War II. And after World War II, the operations of warfare changed. They don't have to stop everything and fight war. No. We are now desensitized that Ukraine and Russia is fighting, but we're still playing World Cup and football, and everything is going on. So right now there are wars. Wars are happening everywhere. The strategy of the build up towards the next biggest war is you're gonna have a lot of strategic battles. You have food wars, economic wars, trade wars, which Trump is fighting almost every other day. So in Africa, the war is for us to be dependent on the West and on the global North. And if we're going to be dependent on them, it has to be through their agents, like the Bayers, the Monsantos, especially for food. And once you can lose your food sovereignty, you have lost the war. And that's it. First of all, we've lost the economic war because the economic war started from the period of Shagari into Babangida, the South area. And now our currency is so bad that we are so cheap right now to them. We lost the economic war. Thank God for Dangote refinery that has even helped us with fuel. If not, we would have used that as a sore point against us. But then again, we are losing the food war at the moment with the food sovereignty that is being eroded with these transgenic crops that's all over the place. And once you lose the food war, you have lost every other war.
I've lost everything, honestly.
The food war controls everything. Once you starve them, that's it. It's over. They will do anything to have food. At the moment in Nigeria, I can tell you for free that our natural organic maize is currently endangered. Grossly endangered. Our natural tomatoes is endangered. Me, I can tell you for free that this, at least for the past 3 weeks, I've been trying to get organic maize. I've tried. It's as if it's like you want to buy drugs now. You have to look for, there's a guy, you have to look for one guy somewhere, and the guy is dealing like he's dealing with drugs. I'm telling you how it is right now to find natural organic maize. You know, except there's anybody that has a plug. If you are here listening to me and you have a plug, please inbox me. We are looking for plug. It's just like our ginger. See what has happened to Nigerian ginger. Look at what we are buying in the markets now that they are calling ginger. Big and bogus. And it's actually not real ginger. It's not real ginger. So if you lose your food, you have lost your culture. You've lost your heritage. And this is where GMO comes in. This is where pesticides, the ubiquitous use of pesticide, this is where it comes in. You will lose everything. And this is why we keep talking. We don't have a product that will come to market. Okay, I finished talking now. There is no point I'm going to bring out one product and say, okay, now that I've said don't go to GMOs, I have this special product. I'm not going to do that. Everybody look for your solution yourself. But my own, it should tell you the dangers of this thing.
Thank you, my brother Patience. Thank you very much. Honestly speaking, because even me, it makes no sense that the sovereignty of a nation, the food you're eating, you want to put in the hands of companies that are not even based in the country. One, that every planting season you have to go and buy seeds to plant. It is, any sane mind should reject this. Any sane mind should reject this. It is just common sense that okay, what if tomorrow that company folds? What if tomorrow something happens to that company, it stops existing, so we can no longer buy food and eat in our country? Because the organic seeds of those food that we have all of a sudden become dependent on, we can no longer access them. It is insane. But thank you so much. Let us open up the floor for people to ask questions. I'm going to start with from who came up here first. Emmanuel, please, your question, Emmanuel. Then I'll come to Justice, then the Avowed, then David, in that order. Please, if you're up here, I want to speak. You want to ask a question, please. Your answer up should be up. Please, Dr. Jackie, if you want to ask a question, please, you could just help us with your hands up. Thank you. Emmanuel, please, in a minute, please, your question, please. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Good afternoon, depending on where you're speaking from. First of all, let me say thank you to Saddam. I think this is one very important topic of discussion. So straight to it, right? So thank you, Pishex, and to Alan, esteemed professors that are around there. I'm not a full-on scientist, so I can't really speak to some of these things, but let me come from the point of view of a normal Nigerian, right, who is sitting on this, or who is sitting down today listening to this space, and then he's asking himself the questions of, if this is the level of, I don't know what word to use, because almost every statistics I've heard today feels like a nightmare, right? It feels like a horror show. If this is the level to which Nigeria has degraded to, how then, and this already shows that it's not the kind of war that can be fought by one individual. It's not something that I wish I had the kind of money and backing that Bill Gates is giving to some of these companies to maybe see if I can combat it, right? But how can we right now in the interim, while we hope and pray that some way, somehow, this government decides to wake up to their responsibilities and do things that they ought to do as every normal sensible government. How, in what little way can Nigerians find a way to, I don't know what the word is now, to sort of protect our farmers from this? Because for now, to an extent, the main weapon we might have is our voices on the internet, kicking as much as possible against these particular policies, right? But how can we help farmers not to lose out totally? How can we ensure that they're getting the right kind of seeds? What is the, if a farmer is listening to you right now, what is the advice you can give to them to say, okay, this is the best way to get your seeds. This is how you can identify GMO so that it doesn't affect you. Like, what's the easiest way? Because I think about everything I've heard today, and I'm scared because I'm scared for my own life. I'm scared for the lives of other people, right? It's just a scary situation. In what way, how really can we fight this in whatever simple way possible?
All right, thank you. Very quickly, I'll just, because of time, I'll just give you very quick forms. Number one, a farmer, when I mean a farmer, like a professional farmer, most likely inherited a trade from his parents. I was in Southern Kaduna recently, and I spoke to one farmer. In fact, they brought the guy to me. They said he's the best tomato farmer in the whole of Southern Kaduna. And when I asked him about the seeds he uses, he said he uses the government, they call it government seeds they get from the government and from the market. And then I asked him, I said, is he not concerned that he needs to buy the seeds every planting season? He said, yes. I'm talking about tomato now. And let's not even just think that it's only GMOs that have this issue of patents and the issue of buying every planting season. Even hybrid seeds have the same issue. Some of them, in fact, most hybrid seeds, but GMOs are worse. GMOs are 25% worse than hybrid seeds in this. So the guy says, well, he says he has seeds from his grandmother and he has kept it. And that when the time comes, he'll go back to it. So and that's my message to all the farmers. And this is why Mexico banned it, because they were losing their natural heirloom. So my message to our farmers is for them to, first of all, don't be greedy. Eat the gestation period for your crop. I'm using gestation so that you understand it. If it is 6 months and somebody comes to promise you to be ready in 1 month, wait for that 6 months. Because this is how Ponzi catches Nigerians. Somebody comes and gives you wild promises. You go for it. And then when the thing capsizes, you will now finally go back to your legit business that pays you after 30 days. So farmers should not give into the greed of bounty harvest and like they are being used. That's the greed. It's the greed that catches the farmers. The farmers should not give into the greed of we'll give you this chemical and then you don't need to breed anymore. The farmers should use the methods they got from their parents. They should prioritize health. Because even the farmers are not here. Many of them are dying. Gone are the days where you will see that people in the village are a little healthier and stronger. Now they are dying. They are having kidney issues and they're having all sorts of organ failure and they don't have the medical care to take care of themselves in the forest. I wish Professor Christopher could come back. He would have told you about his nephew who works in the farm and was spraying chemicals on the farm for years. Finally, the boy is dead. He's less than 30 years, It's the same chemicals that killed him. So the farmers shouldn't give in to the greed. It's not good for them. It's not even good for the people that they are farming for. So that's the first thing. Then the second thing is use the seeds and the planting stock they got from their parents. Many of them still have it. And they should go back to it. They should go back to the organic manures that they were using before all these synthetic manures came into play. They should go back to those methods. They are more laborious, they are more challenging, but at the end of the day, they are better in health and in results. That's what I think.
Sorry, it just bothered me to just ask this last question. So I get the message that you're passing. So this is probably where I'll just close it on. So what about the cases where, based on the numbers you've given today, right, we can see how large and how aggressive the investment has been from Bill Gates into this sector. What happens when, as time goes on, they would want to scale on the investment that they're putting in, right? What happens when they try to flood the market with these things? How do farmers protect themselves when the market is fully flooded? Because it might, for example, it might not be all farmers who save the seeds that they got from their parents. How then do they protect themselves from these things? And is there something like a fund? Is there a place where they can possibly go to get properly natural seeds? I don't know. I'm just spitballing the way it comes in my head. With this, there
are two ways to that, and is Jackie still here? Jackie is also a subject matter expert. Okay, she comes back. All right. First, that is where let me explain how these things are fought. So now you start with science. If the science goes, when science comes into a society, science informs the policy. Because when the scientists would take their findings to the policymakers, then when the policies are implemented, the policies are distilled to the public-private sector, they're implemented from the public-private sector, then it goes to the implementers, that the retailers, then from the retailers to the consumers. That's actually how this thing goes. So now, we are looking at a place where pseudoscience or forbidden science has entered and has informed our policy. Now we have policies that have enabled Nigeria that we are taking national actions to support biotechnology, GMOs as we currently have. Now it has distilled to the public-private sector, where you have seed companies that are already enabled by policy to sell seeds to retailers and the retailers to farmers. So you're looking at the whole value chain already enabled to destroy our farming systems. So if you're going to fix that, you're going to have to begin the arduous work of changing the policies. And that's where we're at. That's why we're focusing on that at the moment. Pushing the policymakers to do what is right. Advocating. Now, one of the biggest ways to drive policy change is citizens pushback. Because you cannot have, like currently, if you use Grok to synthesize what's the percentage resistance to GMOs currently on X, it will tell you 87% of Nigerians are against GMOs. That's what the internet is telling us at the moment. That means the larger population are already advocating for a policy change. That means we need to push it to the policymakers. And the best way you can advocate for this policy change is to sustain the momentum. Keep the hashtags going, keep the retweets going, follow those of us who are pushing it. Keep everywhere you see a post, retweet it, never get tired of it. Keep it going, keep pushing with this. Let me tell you, it may look like maybe I'm a subject matter expert. See, January 2024, as at December 2023, I was just like anybody else. It was January 2024 when I saw the commercialization of telomeres that I dedicated my whole 2024 and 2025 to studying about it, finding who the policymakers are, going after them wherever they are. I do more offline than online. You see me posting, tweeting everywhere. That is just like 10% of what I do. So I dedicated my life and time to ensure that this thing is fought. But I was just like anybody else. That 2 years ago, I have businesses, I have things I do, but I left it to come and focus on this because at this time, I took it as a personal responsibility to keep this thing out of the country. And as a January, then I didn't even know many of these people that I know. I didn't know Professor Johnson, I didn't know Professor Tafeng, I didn't know many of them. And in the course of finding solutions, so if the passion is strong on you, you will find solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Let me just add to
Can I just make a brief statement?
Prof, come in, please.
Thank you very much. GMO, to be specific, GMOs has come into Nigeria through an organized program on how to capture our food system. Let me repeat that. GMOs have come into Nigeria through an organized effort to capture the Nigeria's food system. Therefore, in my mind, just to follow up on what Karika has just said, it is only through organized program in a rather scientific process to bring about reversal. And I say this because a very high proportion of your food items in Nigeria today have been polluted. So to clean out all of that is by itself a major problem. So you have to start by enabling a new breed of scientists who have people like Tafeng and Amwa, who are excellent microbiologists who are in this area, to come out and be able to clean up the food planting material of this country. And that takes quite some time. It's like cleaning up the polluted areas of the Niger Delta by petroleum. So that would be my first suggestion. Suggestion number two, and I'm very brief here, is mind-boggling that this particular discussion of today has both APC and GMO. At first, I didn't see the interlink, but now I can see it when I hear Dr. Debayo speak. To change policy, you've got to change the politicians. If in the next election, those who are seeking your votes, you tell them, will you reverse GMOs? They will tell you yes. I know that they will not do it. There's the president who told us we should not have lights by 2027. Don't vote me in. We are not going to get light, but we may not be able to vote him out. But that.
Oh, they don't attack Prof Network. They don't attack Prof Network.
Oh. And where Prof, the internet was supposed to shake up.
When you begin to talk truth, they could just send GMO attackers. Prof, you must finish this statement. You must finish it. You must, if you mean say we go record them, you go record and send that to me. I go play them as recording. Hi, these people. Prof, please. If you need you to record it and send it to play it. Meanwhile, guys, please, I don't know, just to add to the conversation, because people are asking me what can we do on the live or on the space to just, add the conversation out there. Let's just use the hashtag say no to GMOs. Everybody, please just jump on the hashtag. We're in our thousands across multiple platforms here right now. So please, guys, everybody, just jump on the hashtag say no to GMOs. Just make a tweet about it. I have said it that Nigerians, especially Nigerians on social media, we are always looking for a new topic. We are looking for new war, new problems. We don't know how to be consistent in driving narratives, in sending messaging. So this DMO, nobody we talked last week, and I bet we'll move on to something else this week. Meanwhile, the problem persists. It has not changed. The status quo still remains the same, still valid. So please, for me, it's important we stay on messaging to contribute and help these men that are actually putting their lives on the line to bring sanity to our food industry, to what we consume. So please, guys, that's the only way we can contribute. Probably tomorrow morning, if Arise TV wakes up, they'll see say no to GMOs is trending and it becomes a topic again on mainstream media. So please, everybody, just make sure for the hashtag say no to GMOs. That's our own way of contributing to the conversation. Thank you so much. Prof, can you hear me now, please? Hey, this one, GMO Pro Max sound. This guy sound. This. Okay. Oh my goodness. Dr. Picture, say Dr. Jackie has
Dr. Jackie is one of our, she's one of our people.
You know, bless all of our chop organic, and I just the fresh. Dr. Jackie, welcome to the show, man. Welcome, man.
Okay, thank you so much for putting this together. I just want to give a little advice, because this GFO is a war, okay? And everybody that is involved in this, please, this is an appeal I'm making. Protect yourselves. I have been harassed, threatened, and the last time I was invited by the DSS, they said I was, what was that thing? Something government. You know how they accuse you of trying to pull down government. But one thing I now said to the man, I said, "You're a Muslim, right?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Okay, let me tell you what we're doing. That what these people are doing is that they are taking genes from an animal and transferring to a plant. Not too much grammar, in a way he could understand." The man said, "What do you mean?" I said, "For instance, you're a Muslim, you don't eat pigs." He said, "Yes." I said, "They can take gene from a pig and put inside the plant." The man said, wait. And that was what ended that conversation. The man said, "Is that what people are doing?" I said, "Yes." You see, why am I sharing this? You see, sometimes they threaten you with conspiracy theory. You're trying to prove so much. You don't need to prove anything. Look for layman's terms that you can use to communicate this. Do you understand? On Saturday, I'm going to be on a rise. You see, this battle, and part of another thing I want to encourage us to do. I had to go into farming. I have a hospital, full hospital, and I'm telling you, if you see the number of cancer cases, rare diseases we see on a daily basis, it's heartbreaking. 7-year-olds, 18-year-olds with that hypertension. Who hears about hypertension in 18-year-old people? 16 years. How? But these things are happening because we don't keep data. It looks as if everything is not well. These guys are bent. GMOs, they are here to stay. They are here in Nigeria already. Because I know the things we have seen. I had to start growing beans. I had to start growing maize. Start growing some vegetables and all that. I have a farm in Galadima. I have another one in Kefi. I cash out. So what I'm encouraging people to do, while we are making, pushing this thing, making all the social, and that we must be very relentless in the social media. Patience, thank you so much for it, honestly. Because sometimes it's overwhelming for me. I said sometimes I'll just keep quiet and be watching. But we can't keep quiet. So as much as it depends on us, please plant something. I tried planting beans. We had beautiful leaves. It won't give you any plant, any beans. Of course, that's what GMO does. If you get the GMO beans and you plant it, it will give you all the beautiful leaves. You won't get the beans, which was a very big loss. So you need to now and how many people will go and buy beans and now wait to plant it to be sure that it's non-GMO or GMO before? It's terrible. So these guys are not relenting, and so we can't. We may not have all the resources that they have to match them, but I strongly believe that in our own little way, and for your own health, protect yourself. I tell people, plants inside pot. I grow yam in bags now. I can shout.
24%. It comes from
plant
agriculture
something.
and forestry.
Of course, it takes a lot of time. But you have to create time because this is your life. These guys are not doing. I was in Kefi the other day, near our farm. I saw some people pulling up, cassava. That's so many planted. It's a sort of people. They were not pulling it up. I saw people doing it for the smile. They said they send us home. They gather all the cassava. So they will pay the farmers. They were putting these things. And to show you the extent these people are ready to go. Somebody talked about what is happening to the farmers. It is real.
Well,
It is happening big. Then, in terms of this GMO coming in, you remember during Jonathan, so it's not just about APC. I need us not to be distracted. During Jonathan, when this star boy, what's his name, Dr. Adesina, was in power. Adesina was vice president in Agra. It was through him that the quietest meeting, when he started doing this cassava bread. How many people remember the cassava bread? They have started this cassava things before people even started knowing what was going on. This was during Jonathan. We made noise. By the time they fight, somebody called me one night and said, "Madam, you have 4 children. Be careful." Between you and I was very, very scared. And we had to like put it down a little bit. But these guys went on and on. Of course, you know that man was the star of that administration. So anything you said, you counter, you say, this additional, don't go there. But he was the two. When we got into his background, this man went on scholarship from, it was Bill Gates and all the rest of them that sponsored this man like towards his whole life. I have his profile. I have to dig into his profile. So that's why when they are telling him, I said, thank God for his life. But I'm not impressed because I know the harm that man did in terms of bringing GMO into Nigeria. Our cassava, before you do cassava that's non GMO, you have to look well. Beans, when we started talking about beans, they had started doing GMO beans before people woke up. When we now started making noise, they said no, that it was clinical trial. We said, okay, where are the harvest of the clinical trial? They were all inside the Nigerian market.
That's headed up to about
so $9 billion. We did a program with a group called She-Trades. She-Trades is an organization like Canada and some EU countries to encourage women into exports. When these guys came into Nigeria for training, they said, okay, those of you who are farming beans, stand up. We all stood up. They said, we don't want your beans in Europe. I said, why? They said, because you guys are messing around with GMO beans. That is before government even launched the so-called GMO, and these people kept denying. That professor from Zaria kept denying, abused my father and my mother, that we are conspiracy theorists and all that and all that. These guys, because they know what is going on. So what I'm trying to encourage us to do, please, while we are doing social media and all that, let's get into some practicals. Plant something, grow something. At least for your own health, to make sure that on a daily basis, something fresh, even if it's already sent me, whatever, grow something. And please do more research on the things that you can do, like at least the things that are still in the trees, that they have not started modifying. Do you understand? Because literally everything is being tampered with. And finally, please, if you know the God that you follow, if you're a pastor, please pray well. If you're a Muslim, please pray well. If you're not a Christian, hold on to something. Because these guys, they are also diabolical, they are not joking. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much. Honestly speaking, I've just been here listening to so many videos of this man. A man that comes out and say his plan is to reduce the population of the world. That there are videos scattered around the internet saying his goal is to reduce the population of the world. Is someone that people are banking on for healthcare, for the food they eat, and they're vouching for. This one, and people want them to say, Oyinbo do jazz. These people, they are just strong past our own juju.
Yes. Very diabolical.
Because I can't understand if a man openly have sat down in videos, multiple places, saying that his plan is to reduce the population of the world, and you people are entrusting your healthcare to him, the vaccines you take to him, and you not say that, if it's not him, Africa for I don't get polio. Africa for... Hi. No. It's crazy. Thank you so much, Dr. Jackie. Thank you. Please just stay up here with us, please, in case we have questions for you, please. Thank you. Let me pass the mic to David. David, and Justice in that order. David, please welcome. David. All right, Justice coming, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay. Can I actually speak?
Please, I'm trying not to make sure this is submission. We want it to be a question-based conversation today. Please, if you have a question, you hit the question, because we have multiple people that want to ask. So today is not talking. Maybe we can come back to talk next week. If you have a question, please.
Thank you very much.
No, not to Justice. David already come in now, so I'll come to you after you, Justice. I beg no vex. Okay. Thank you, bro. David, come in, please.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much.
Saddam and Pishet, thank you very much, and other our eminent professors and our facilitators. Thank you very much. Yes, Professor Tafe happens to be my lecturer back then in school, but I was so happy seeing him here. As a matter of fact, he has been an advocate against GMO back then in school. While we were still in class, when he was lecturing us, there has never been a day in lectures without telling us about GMO. As a matter of fact, the molecular conference held in Inagua that was last year. Towards the end of the program, we also made mention of this effects of GMO. So he's been on it. I'm just realizing now how important. He's been talking about this stuff, and as back then in school, most of us, we are not just paying so much attention to it, and which has actually contributed to what we are saying. But I'm happy today. There's now an awakeness. We are all awake, and we are now seeing what is happening to us. Well, to my question, yes, I can remember back then when
David, please, question, please. Let's go to question, please.
So my question is this: I haven't looked at all these bad effects of GMO, genetically modified organism. In this case, I'm talking about mostly the food we eat, plants.
Says too many of us.
How can
by
we,
2030 is
make this advocate this effects of this genetically modified organism? How can we bring it down to our farmers so that they can actually understand and know that yes, because believe it or not, these seedlings or these plant seed they are buying, most of them are being sponsored by the government. In the sense that the government or the government agencies are the ones that sell this same seed to them. And whenever they want to replant, they go back to them to also buy the same. So how do we push this, make this push down to to the public, that they will all understand that GMO is bad, that GMO is trying to control our food chain, and once it does that, it means we'll not be begging for food, which we probably need to farming.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Because of time, I will just refer. I don't know if you were here. We answered a question already very similar to this, and I'll just give a quick rundown. And if anyone has a question along this line also, I think the answer also suffices. Because of time, see, it's very simple. I started by saying then that we just hope that the greed of our farmers will allow what we say enter their head. That is the honest truth. Because normally, cassava that takes 1 year, somebody will come and tell you it will take 3 months. They will jump at it, So that is what we are saying. And then convincing them that it is not good also. Let me tell you, they know all these things. And then when you go to meet them and you strengthen the information to them, you understand, and you tell them the cause and effect, they can do it and sell to you people, because you see, they are also Nigerians, and the bad head inside Nigeria is also inside many of our farmers. I can tell you for free. I met the farmer who farms with glyphosate and atrazine and knows it's bad and is still doing it. And I've met with many others. So first things first, like I said, what we need is a policy change. We need a policy, because what informs the policy is the science. Right now, if you look at all the buzzwords around our agricultural sector, you are hearing climate smart crops, because they know that we have already bastardized the word GMO. So they are using drought tolerance, they are using climate smart crops, and so on and so forth. They're saying smart agriculture, all those technologies are still pointing towards GMO. So the science that is currently informing our policy currently is wrong science, and we have the wrong policies currently implementing. We're currently implementing the wrong policies. However, because of the constant push that we are currently giving this thing, I am aware that the Ministry of Agriculture is currently pushing agroecology, good agronomical practices, as part of their programs, regenerative agriculture. So it's for us to look at those policies that they are pushing that is good because of this advocacy that we are doing. I'm aware we still had a conference on it, I think last 2 weeks ago in Abuja. And because of that, we can strengthen it, give it more press coverage. You understand? We spend a lot of money on the press because it's needed. If you don't seed the press information, people will not know. So we spend a lot of money. So we have to look for those things the government is getting right and let it overshadow all this other nonsense that they are doing. It's a long walk to freedom, and of course, we are on it. So I think that answers that particular question. Then there was something Dr. Jackie was talking about, especially as regards Dr. Additional and all the things she's done. I'm sure it's going to also benefit everyone. If you have any question in this regard, I'm sure to answer these questions. Number one, I made a post today. I'll just read the post. The top 2 shareholders in Google is the Vanguard and BlackRock. The top 2 shareholders in Apple is the Vanguard and BlackRock. The top 2 shareholders in Microsoft is the Vanguard and BlackRock. The top 2 shareholders in Bayer is what produces the GMO and glyphosate, is also BlackRock and the Vanguard. The top 2 shareholders in CNN is the Vanguard and BlackRock. Top 2 shareholders in Crest Toothpaste, the Vanguard and BlackRock. Top 2 shareholders in Johnson & Johnson, the Vanguard, BlackRock. Top 2 shareholders in Merck, the Vanguard, BlackRock. Top 2 shareholders in Pfizer, the Vanguard, BlackRock. Top 2 shareholders in Moderna, the Vanguard, BlackRock. Top 2 shareholders in Pepsi, the Vanguard, BlackRock. Top 2 and 3 shareholders in Coca-Cola, the Vanguard, BlackRock. Top 2 shareholders in CNN, the Vanguard, BlackRock. Top 2 shareholders in Fox News, the Vanguard, BlackRock. Top 2 shareholders in Tesla, Walmart, all of them, the Vanguard, BlackRock. What I'm trying to say here is this. By the time Bayer, whose top shareholders are the Vanguard and BlackRock, they sell GMO and glyphosate to you. By the time they sell it to you from Bayer, you buy it from Bayer, you fall sick. Who is going to treat you? It's Moderna and Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson and Merck. The drugs that you use to manage the cancer, hypertension, everything, it's still the same guys. So they are bringing the sickness and they are also bringing the solution. So it's a circle of profit for them. And they will also control Google search so that you will not see what you're supposed to see.
They call it problems, reaction, solution. Create the problems, sell the reactions, then bring the solutions.
So the same 2 organizations, they are the ones that profit from the whole circle. So it is left for a country to allow the invasion of these guys. And this is where you see, so what we're fighting for now, it's not just a fight for our food, it's a fight for our country. It's a fight for our sovereignty. Else, at the end of the day, you won't have anything for your children. You won't have, even those of us who are in Japan, we won't even have the country to show our children that that's where we came from. Everything that we've gone. Because Nigeria is where many of them want to come and settle when they are done with everything they are doing around the world. So, know this and know peace. That when you are supporting these things or when you are fighting these things, you are fighting the circle. And pretty much, they've not fully infiltrated Nigeria. They are still at the precipice. It's this administration that's currently enabling it like never before. Buhari was deaf. Buhari couldn't understand it, so he was deaf to it. So the thing was very slow entering Buhari's time. They were able to sign GMO into Nigeria during Jonathan's time. They promised Jonathan that if he signs it, they will support him, but they never supported him. So he signed it at the twilight of his career, thinking it will help his election chances, because he was promised. And then look at it today. This administration has enabled it more than ever before. I mean, there are people that are being promoted in government. They are taking ministerial appointments.
Tinubu gave Bill Gates National award now.
National award. Like who does that? That was who.
Nigeria is finished.
That's one I don't understand it. Nobody can explain.
Nigeria is in trouble. God help us. Please, thank you. Let's just allow people to ask about their questions. Please, Justice, come in, please. Your question. Thank you.
Yes, my question is very simple. I became really terrified when Bishop was talking about earthworms and how these chemicals and these bio modified materials are affecting our environment. And I just recalled that just roughly 4 years ago, I could not find vultures anywhere around the southeast. I speak as a concerned individual that loves the ecosystem. But in Amsterdam, I can be corrected on this, but I have visited 2 or 3 abattoirs within the southeast region. Abattoirs, if you know what abattoirs really do when it comes to vultures, and those animals are like the
scavengers.
Yes, they're like the llamas in Lagos.
The scavengers.
Yes, the people that take care of our waste products and utilize them, and of course, re-engineering it into the ecosystem. But for some reason, for the past 4 years, I've been raising this concern. So if FEX is talking about earthworms and the deleterious effects of some of these GMOs to the soil, to the ecosystem, we know from Agric 101 in our secondary school, they say earthworm is one of those very productive, friendly friends to farmers. So they say they irrigate the soil and they give nutrients to the soil as well. The decomposing factor. So is there any correlation with these GMOs and the deleterious effects of the GMOs to even migratory birds, vis-a-vis vultures, knowing fully well that it is one bird that also helps in the cleaning of waste materials within our ecosystem? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's a study that I have just noted. I'm going to have to do that study. I saw someone asking me earlier on. The person said they would like to know what I studied in school.
You just say they never chop on the vulture for Southeast. Hunger.
So I studied I majored in wildlife, forestry and wildlife. And I majored in wildlife.
Doctor, I was the one who asked you that question.
Okay. And that was yesterday. No, somebody even tweeted at me today. But you asked me yesterday, yes, sir. I studied forestry and wildlife. I went to the University of Agriculture and I studied forestry and wildlife there. So when you tell me that, when you talk about the migration of birds, you can't find some certain species, it already piques my immediate interest. And I don't know who asked that question. Please, if you ask that question, inbox me, because I will have feedback for you within the next 5 to 6 days. I'll have to do some inquiries within that community. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Let's go real quick. The avowed.
Yeah. Good day, everyone. Thank you, host. Appreciate. Thanks for the excellent work you do, and more arrows to your quiver. My first question is a rhetorical one. So all these GMOs, particularly beans, corn, and cotton is not an edible crop. I'm just curious to ask if the people pushing these varieties, they actually consume them, because I think they will be nice role models for a start. Do they even consume these things they push? The elites and those at the top of the ladder, do they consume these things that ordinary Nigerians consume too? I don't know. Then the second one is now I'm looking forward to all these ecosystems in which GMO crops have, caused the damage to. I don't know, from other places in the world where, they've gone through something similar, is there some sort of restoration plan in place? Can the ecosystem be restored after this whole damage has been caused? Yeah, so these are my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, it's possible to restore. It's possible to restore.
Dr. Adebayo, can I just make one statement?
Yes, sir.
Several years ago, I was confronted when there was a famine in Ethiopia. And one of my American colleagues, who is a protector of GMO, told me I have been eating genetically modified foods for the last 10, 15 years, and I'm still alive. So you will get those responses, you get those kind of answers to the question that is being posed. But let me say that the deleterious effects of and health and environmental impact of GMOs is a very slow process, and is predicated on a monitoring process, monitoring procedure, which Nigeria doesn't even know, and they don't have a facility for. So reversal is a high place. One thing that has been said all along, and which I heard here today, which we tried to suggest many years ago, but nobody listened, is the introduction of colorings into GMOs. Okay, so you cannot live to begin with very little materials beans in this country. Now everything is cowpea. So those who are eating genetically modified beans think that they are eating beans. They are not. They are eating cowpeas. Okay. When we suggested this many years ago, they just laughed at us, believing that this was something that was possible to do. But that's part of the agenda, to make sure that people do not know the difference between genetically modified foods, non-modified. And I heard it today. I think that what I mentioned should be taken seriously as one of the ways to reverse this trend. If a breeder or if the biotechnology microbiologists in the Institute of Agricultural Research in Zaria are so proficient, they should insert the color coding into the Tesla made, the cowpea, and all of that, so that when the primitive Nigerian goes into the mighty Abuja, you will see a green seed instead of a brown seed. And you will know that this one is genetically modified and this one is organic. Finally, let me put you on notice that bear that has brought up Monsanto is sending, or is likely to send, a team headed by maybe one or two Nigerian microbiologists to Nigeria to come and investigate where the different varieties of GMOs exist and where they do not exist. What is the purpose? To expand the reach so that those who do not use it yet can be targeted to use it. So please, those of you who are looking like please be on your guard, because Nigerians are, to my belief, are sometimes the greatest enemies posing as specialists. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, sir. I hope your question was answered. Let's go to the elect. The elect, please.
So, me, I will hang around for the second part of this topic, yeah?
All right.
But thanks, yeah.
The elect. Please state your question, please. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Saddam, and thank you very much, PShex, and a wonderful thank you to our eminent professors. Just a quick one, just a minute. Relating to the all of this stuff, to the security issues. You know, I'm from Benue, and I got very, very sound, correct intel about the night of the attack where more than 200 farmers were killed. And where it happened was actually where a military station was, and they were on duty that day. And when the attackers came, they didn't respond. They just watched while farmers were being killed. And up until today, they have not been able to take them back to their ancestral lands to farm. Now they've left acres and acres of farmland unharvested, and harvesting season is coming, which is probably that is going to go to waste. Now, my question is to not actually a question, actually it's a reminder, because I really wanted to hear what Rosgado went to the north to say, and PShex wanted to tell us, and I think he forgot. Yeah, I think it would have been nice to let us know here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You know, why PShex sort what is in the background, it's just important to understand what's really going on in this country. Listen to what this man just said right now. There is no how that amount of people will be unalived. There's a military checkpoint, there's a military station close to that place, and there was no response. Nigeria is an active crime scene. And the people that are currently running the affairs in the country are actively involved in what is happening. And I also hope Nigerians understand what is at stake. And there's always a cover-up. You know, many Nigerians don't see this thing. We always look, see how they want to paint it. They want to paint it as it's Fulani herdsmen and farmers. Like Fulani herdsmen want to come and occupy your lands. Fulani herdsmen want to. So they give a different narrative. Nigerians are focused on attacking themselves, thinking is a war against, is a tribal war, is a war about domineering some set of people. Meanwhile, the actual agenda is just flowing underneath it. It is insane what we're passing through in our country. But I don't know. Let's keep the conversation going. Right now, I don't know, Prof, if Prof is still here. We can already have Dr. Jackie here to answer questions. So before PShex comes back. Meanwhile, guys, please let's use the hashtag say no to GMO as we wind down the clock. I think it's been a very interesting conversation. Before we probably we might wait for them or just go to the second part of the conversation. But let me just come to SIM card, my big bro. Welcome, sir.
Sorry, I have a question for Dr. Jackie, so she doesn't leave. Even PShex, but now it's not.
No, PShex is coming back. Okay, ask your question to Dr. Jackie then.
Okay, so thank you very much, and I wish PShex was here. So forgive my ignorance, Dr. Jackie, and I'm always solution oriented, even in areas that I have no knowledge of. So please, see, like PShex said, he said he was looking for maize for the past 3 weeks. He hasn't seen. So the little agriculture I know, when I did back in the one I did in secondary school, so you plant 4 maize, it comes out with like a whole bunch and stuff like that. So is it possible for what I wanted to ask for you and PShex, maybe if you can plant for the purpose of reproduction, and then maybe you can also distribute to us. Maybe we still get this thing for house. At least if this is the least we can do to keep these things available, pending, because the bigger fight is the government. But if you can just plant for reproduction's sake, the original, the organic maize, so that we can have, and not just maize, maybe the other ones that are endangered. So if we can have these things, if you can plant, you let us know. We can come and collect some, still plant and keep in our house. And if video can also be made on the little ways to get these things done and what we can, I mean, it's really heartbreaking to hear all these things. It's a lot they happen for this country. This is really frustrating. really frustrating. So,
Yeah.
Bishop,
Nigeria.
I don't know if you heard my question. So, Dr. Jackie, you can just go ahead.
Okay. Let me just say that, chip in something there. You know, like I said, this is war. You know, what we do, you know, like the way we were raised, when you plant something, you save your seeds for the next planting season. So, when I found out that a lot of the beans we were getting from the market to plant, it will give you beautiful leaves and no seed. It took a lot of, you know, like trial and error, trying to source who is actually selling original, you know, like proper beans. Because what we observed, I was invited to be, or rather, I stumbled into a program happening in Gombe, sponsored by World Bank and Ministry of Agriculture. They were calling it home, farm to table project or something like that. You know, what we were asked to do was show these people. They put these people, you know, families in groups of 10, okay, groups of 10, and we're supposed to show them how to grow their food within their houses. You know, they have land in those places. Grow your food around there, process it, teach them how to cook it and make it nutritious. Now, I asked one of the coordinators a question. Why are we not using the GMO seeds to do this in the north? The man looked at me like, did you fall from the sky? GMO what? So the thing that is going on is this. There are those who are quietly grooming their people, their states, telling them, don't touch these GMO seeds. Do you understand? Some people, you see all these people, some of these government people, they're on their own. Some of the states are telling their people, I was part of that project in Gombe. So when I came back, I said, okay, so this thing is doable. It was very difficult, number one, getting people that will come and help you, like clear the land without wanting to use chemical pesticides or herbicides to kill all the weeds and all that. And because of the kind of medicine I practice, there's something like weed. All those things they see like weed, they are medicine. So we have to pay extra money to get people to weed with hand. Do you understand? Because we need all those things that they're calling weed. So we now started over the years, so we have found out that we can now grow our beans, save the seeds, and replant them. So that's why like look as if like, okay, oh, you know, this thing people say something must kill Africa. As I say, something must not kill somebody. My father died at 104 years. I don't have any intention of nobody killing me off. So initially we started just planting for our patients. You understand? But of course now we have expanded it. We just have about like 5 hectares in Kefi. Then in Galadimawa, we're still like.
Please, don't call the location, no. Please, doctor, don't call the location, no. Please, I beg. No, my brother, no. Make sure don't call the location. I beg. We sabi make mouth for Twitter. I beg, please, my brother. No. Brother, don't call the location. I beg you, please.
My question is very soon. All of us will get that for our house. So
when that time reach, we can find out how we can get it, but not be exposing it, please.
You know, like the seeds, like the seeds we have, bean seeds. Like I tell people, come, I will give you some of these plants. Do you understand? Come and because as much that's even if it's little, even if it's one mutu, come and carry go and plant.
God bless you.
See, this thing is war, and this war is for us now. It's not about the profit. It's about once we can get a critical mass of people. Do you understand? A critical mass of people who will say, yes, I have at least good something, good beans, good maize, because these are staple foods. You know the only thing that these people did. In other countries, they started with apple, maybe peaches, all those oyibo. But in Nigeria, they started with the staple food. The food that even babies are eating. The most painful part of the whole thing. Maize, cassava, beans, try and buy some rice. You go and cook it, allow it to be cold. It becomes plastic. These things are real, happening with us. And you know that the GMO rice, you know what they said they did? They took saliva, they took gene from human saliva and put in a rice plant. Because there are certain traits they wanted to see in a rice plant. They call it fortified, whatever. I mean, golden rice and all the rest of them. So these people are doing things that are ethically unpardonable, ethically unforgivable. And the reality is that every law of nature, every law of God we obey has a reward. Every law of God broken has consequences. And it is the consequences that we're seeing in our health. So I encourage people, look, anyhow you want to, I don't know how we're going to do this, bishops, but let's give people some seeds, let them plant. Do you understand?
Yes, please.
So that we'll now think of, okay, how do we now, like, collectively, because you see, this thing, in the place of unity, God commands his blessings. Is there where we can now come together and begin to think, how do we have a seed bank? Do you understand?
I swear.
We have our own seed bank. We're not going to depend on, in as much as I know that, like, policy plays a role here, because we also need to have friends in government. You understand? Because I saw that some people also went to see the chairman of the House Committee on Agricultural, whatever. That's a very good move. It's important that we keep these people, the decision makers, that's one-on-one, they have conscience. So a lot of them are suffering from one thing or the other. High blood pressure, cancer, this one, that one. Let them understand the implication of this, that you are what you eat. So if there's a collective thing that we can keep doing together.
You are what you eat,
so that we have, because at least me, I know I can identify GMO beets, I can identify GMO maize, so that if people are ready to now plant, you can say, okay, even if it's moved, go and put somewhere, and let this thing, over time, we'll build a movement that nobody can resist. You understand? But for now, let's keep trusting God that, people will be strong enough, because there's also the fear of being harassed, being attacked, and all that. But you get to a point where you're like, you the God that you serve. So when they talk, because I have been offered, when I traveled to the US, I was offered heavy money for research. See, my brother, apart from being a pastor, I have had encounters that really told me that yes, Jesus is Lord. If not for such encounters, my brother, those monies are not easy to resist to. So you can't really blame some of these professors that they are collecting heavy money. Research, that is a heavy money. Let's not joke about these things. But like I said, we are not going to give up. So if there's a way we can get the seeds, I don't know how, but maybe be sure.
Yeah. Let me comment here.
Tell us.
First. Yeah, but currently, at least I'm aware of a project that is currently sitting on about 20 hectares for a seed multiplication drive. So for maize, organic maize, I'm aware of that. And in fact, somebody is bringing some organic maize to me tomorrow. But besides that, towards the next month or upper month, I should be in another country where we are working on a project, large scale, very large scale, seed multiplication drive. The atmosphere of the country is very good. It's very, very good actually. It can do many of the things we want to do very easily. And then we are, of course, thank God that we are affiliated to 2 universities in Nigeria at the moment. The university in Benue State, there's a lot of research that's going to be going on there, and the university is in controlled area, so there's a lot of controlled seed multiplication that will be going on at the 2 universities we are currently affiliated with. I think what we need to do right now is seed multiplication, and these things come with quite some funding, because it's going to be like we're going to have to give it out free to farmers, along with organic manure, also to teach some of the farmers how they can get organic manure from poultry and the rest of them. So yeah, there's a lot. But one thing I would like to say is that it is the current science is that organic is the alternative. No, it's not the alternative. That is the real thing that we have.
Exactly.
So it's a lie they've been selling to people that alternative is organic. No, it is the real deal. That's what God gave to us. So it's this thing they've brought is the alternative, and they cannot use it to replace the natural. So right, that's it. About the fact that we need to be careful. See, there is wisdom. There's how you do things, which you have to do with a lot of wisdom, especially when you're in Nigeria. I remember when we took placards to Unity Fountain in Abuja,
We had people from the presidency, almost 20 DSS officials, police, special police. The whole place was filled with all kinds of uniforms. And we were able to get past them. In fact, by the time we were done, they were taking us to places where we need to stand and push our message, because they understood the fact that they were also, if we didn't do it, their kidneys and livers and their body health is all at stake. So we made everybody clear. We cleared it out to everybody that you have to support us. And I can tell you that even in the DSS today, you know, we have a lot of support. We have a lot of goodwill from the police, from the DSS, and you see, at the end of the day, something will make Nigerians patriotic. And this is one of them. I can tell you that this cause is one of the best causes to fight, because you can't successfully take out patriotism from a Nigerian except the person has been given to a devilish spirit, like we can see already among some of our scientists and regulators. So yeah, that's my answer to that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, Dr. Jackie, you want to add something?
Sorry, Fisher, let me tell you something. You know, even in NAPMA, I was so shocked to find out that a lot of their staff are not happy with GM. That's NAPMA, National Police
Regulatory people. Yes, now. Have you forgotten when we had our...
Their staff are not happy.
When we had our debate at Brekepo, 6 people called in from Rosgidado's office. 5 people called in from Rosgidado's office that they don't have any laboratory. You know, it was live. So they said that the lies that those Professor Gudu and Abraham were telling on stage there, that there's no laboratory, that we should come from the studio. We should come. That there's no laboratory here. That they know those 2 people. That they share one information. That was what their staff were calling. In NBMA, I'm aware of their staff. Some of their staff don't eat GMO. Their staff is staying away from GMO. I am aware.
All right, thank you so much. Let's bring him up with ask questions. Brown girl Chi. Good evening.
So I'm very upset, really angered and bitter.
Sorry, SIM card. After the lady will come to you. Sorry, sir, please.
I live here and I know what we do and how much we pay for organic food. And I get upset because when I wash my pepper and everything and throw out just outside, it grows. And over time, we pluck. What's gone wrong with Nigerians? So can I ask the professor and every other person, the stakeholders in this whole talk about GMO? Are there too many people driving this, or is it because one sick man who is about to extinct Africa and then starting with Nigeria because our population is a lot? Does he have too many people? Are they that powerful that Nigerians we can come out and speak truth to all this nonsense going on? Why can't we do something? Because I don't have all the science behind it. I just know that GMO is not good. What do we do? How do we drive this whole thing so that people, our market women, our farmers, our children, we will know that this is a death sentence? Why are there too many? Because from what I'm gathering, they're not even many people.
It's the money that is many.
No, so exactly. Nigerians are suffering. These monies are not reaching Nigeria.
My sister.
So, let it catch fire for all I care. Can we do? Is it that we cannot now counter educate our people? Because even now here, all the organic things that we have, medicinal, is what they are taking here. They now have what they call sand bed, sand mattress, sand from the earth, so that you should not walk, or you should be able to walk on the bare floor to get healing. It's happening here. And then we have these things back at home, and they are teaching. Are we not many, much more than they are, to be able to educate our students in classes educate our professors, our upcoming doctors, academians, whoever they are, the agriculturists. Can we start our own counter education? Are we scared that once one man will come and give money, like they now bought the whole of Plateau State, Benue State, which are food baskets, where food comes from largely? They've messed up that whole place. Because I know they are the ones doing all of this. From all of these things that I'm gathering. Can we not do something like a revolution against our food, where the poor man gets food to eat? At least, even if you don't have money, won't you be able to say, okay, I can cultivate these things within my environment and feed? Is it that there are too many? Because it's annoying. Are you?
Let me just say a word here. A few words. One, why it is going on? 2 words. Number 1, ignorance of the followership and greed of the leadership. These are 2 very difficult things to change. And we are on the threshold of trying to change those right away by what is going on here. People have been quoting the Bible. One of the quotes is that you shall know the truth and the truth shall make you free. In a country that is captured in ignorance, they can never free themselves. So we are on the right track. And all I'm trying to plead with everybody, don't get discouraged. Continue with the enlightenment. Continue with the education. And one of the difficulties in our institutions of higher learning, something we don't teach, we don't even have a curriculum for it, is deductive thinking. People, our graduates and PhDs, and a lot of us, my colleagues, do not see the interconnectivity of what is going on. We don't teach that in school. And I taught at the University of Ibadan for 35 years. If I had ever tried to introduce a philosophical course on deductive thinking, they would say I'm crazy. The best degree in agriculture where I started teaching was the general honors degree, in which we try to do a little bit of that. But MUC came with better alternatives of specialization. Now you have people who know how to grow crops. They don't see the relationship between crops and trees. And they argue. And the things they tell you will blow your mind. Absolutely ignorant. So what Dr. Adebayo and others are doing right now is one of the best approaches that will lead us to the promised land. If people are better informed, if people are educated, if people understand why GMO is bad and why they must go organic. And let me also say that there's several platforms in which they are talking about organic agriculture. I can't remember who here, but 30 years ago, when Pollock came to Nigeria and was preaching soul cropping, and I told him that that was a stupid thing to introduce it to Nigeria. We are a country of mixed croppers. I almost couldn't get out of RIT because here was a lecturer grade 3 or grade 2, challenging the professor, a world expert in green revolution. Pollock was the only person who knew everything at the time, just as Bill Gates is the only man who knows everything now. So we must be willing to challenge. We must be willing to come up with new ideas. And what Adebayo and his group are doing right now, the beginning of a new movement, which we could turn around all of this is. Please let us not be discouraged. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right, let's go to SIM card, please. Question, please. Thank you, sir.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Saddam, Sheiks, Dr. Jackie, Professor, I want to say a very big thank you for this opportunity. But would I say rather, okay, my question will come at the end, but all of this that we've been listening to today is heart-wrenching and it's like, okay, food is supposed to feed you and give you nutrients, but rather GMO is like killing you slowly. That's how it's like. And we are a borrowing nation, a nation that is supposed to be the giant of Africa, but now that's why they say elections have repercussions. You know, the people that are the helm of affairs are very, very key to your decision making and all of that. So now we are weakened and a lot is happening. Bishek says something about farmers' greed, that they would opt for seeds that will be readily available in 1 or 2 months instead of our normal seeds that will last for 6 months. This all boils down to the same greed and all of that. So is there a way out of this kind of situation? Because you still went further to say GEJ signed this into law before he left, which put us in a messier situation. And going further, because I have a video that I did on this GMO, because where I got a lot of information that I needed was Bishek's page. I was just there, I went through and I saw a lot of things, so I equipped myself and I did a video and I put it out. We are quite a number on this page right now. If we go out of our way to make a video or just a tweet, even in our dialect or pidgin English or whatsoever, and put it out there, it's a plus, because this is our food being poisoned right in front of us. And these people are taking it in because of greed, because of monies that's thrown at them. So I want to urge us all to do a little bit of putting it out there, you know, with the hashtag say no to GMO and all of that. Then the question, like I said earlier, was, is there a way out of this? Because the political leadership right now is weakened and they keep borrowing, and there's a lot to throw out from this orga. We bless, you don't move for gadgets, enter agriculture. So there's a lot to throw out. So is there a way out of all this? Thank you, Ayub.
Bisheks, you want to answer that?
Dr. Jackie can help me.
Okay, Dr. Jackie, please, if you could come in, please.
Yes, okay. You know, we have said a whole lot of things on what we can do to... I don't know whether you're still hearing me, because I don't even know where I am again. Okay. You know, we have said a lot of things, yes, on what we can do, you know, collectively. But another thing that also came to mind, you know, as I was just like listening through everything, there is need for us to put more pressure on governments. You see, because as it is now, you know, there's something about governments. Every government is ordained by God, whether they came by selection, that's what Romans 13 said. Whether they came by selection, whether they came by election or nomination or whatever. You understand? One thing I have learned in this battle, we must not be seen as fighting government, in quotes. Do you understand? We must not be seen as fighting government. Government must see this thing on, because what I was speaking with somebody yesterday, and that's part of what I'm going to be addressing on Arise. They need to see this thing as, how can you help us use, you know, that's where the selfish component comes in. How can you help this thing you're talking? Because it is very, very important. It is very, very real. How can you help us use it to present ourselves as we care for Nigerians? Do you understand? And you see, for me now, I don't need any credit. I don't need any it's me. if that is what you want, so they can use it to project that, yes, well, because a lot of times the way you speak with some of them at that hierarchy, top hierarchy, honestly, they don't really understand, because it's what they put on the table. It's what the DG and the advisors bring to the table of at the top. That's what they will just be signing. They don't even have a clue of some of these things we're talking about. If there's a way we can keep these efforts of pushing at that top and not see ourselves as confrontational, we're going to get more mileage.
Yeah.
Everybody's back. Yes, this is everybody's battle. It's not just a one person thing. So that's just one thing I want to chip in. Let's make sure that we're not confrontational, but at the same time very consistent and aggressive in our push towards some policy changes. Yes, you can go ahead and continue, please.
Okay, thank you. So yes, what you said is so important. That's one of the reasons why they have not successfully. They've tried to. There was time they had a meeting with BG and the takeout of the meeting was that these GMO people are not hitting the mark. That they need to make us face off with the government. So, but the truth of the matter is this: we are the government. We are part of the system. We are Nigerians. We are Nigerians. Whatever political party or affiliation or tribe, what unites us all is the fact that at the end of the day, we are Nigerians. And there is no food for APC or food for PDP. There's no food for Labour Party. Everybody is going to go to the same market and eat the same food. That is the defining message that we have to take to everybody. When the DSS guys came to us and we showed them the whole thing, till today I get friendly calls from them. Same guys, happy with the work that we are doing. Same guys. When the First Lady launched her Every Home Regarding project, we wrote to it. We commended her in the newspaper. Our organization commended her project Every Home Regarding. And we looked at the strategic importance that, because what they were doing was to stimulate every woman to have a small garden, even if you're living in a flat, have some small places where you can. And that project, I followed that project through till the end. They did the closeout ceremony last week in Abuja. I was personally there. That was where I videoed the Minister of State Agri. And the person that won that competition was a woman who turned a room in her house to a garden. She harvests cucumbers, peppers, tomatoes, harvests many things from her house, cauliflower and stuff. And when I looked at what that project did, because the person that executed that project for the First Lady is my personal friend, the managing secretary in Abuja. What she did was phenomenal. Like, I saw more than 1,000 women that were beneficiaries. They had started farms. Even women with disabilities had started farms. There was a woman that was deaf and dumb there that the money she made from the farm that she started in this Every Home Regarding project, she got a grant of 500K. The money she made from that project, she has started foundation of a house in the village, in the rural settlements where she is. So I could see. So when you see such good projects from these same people, you celebrate it, you dance around it, you show them that this thing is good. Then from there, I had strategic opportunity to influence that particular movement, to go against pesticide and go against GMOs. That particular movement, I'm a part of that movement. So by the time, nobody can say that I am against the government at the end of the day. Somehow, we're all together. We're all trying to fix it. I may have my reservations on many other things, but I will keep it into my head. But for the time being, we all have to fix this country, and that is what is most important. So we have to come up with strategies. We have to come up with many ways to get it right. And I can tell you, just like Professor Ekpe talked about, the source of this problem. The source of this problem is from that OFAB that came in to scatter everything. When you come in with some kinds of money, yes becomes no, no becomes yes. And that is the problem that we're facing in this country. Even if you don't collect the money, somebody else will collect the money. And that is just the problem. So, but you see, The greatest, somebody asked me this question at the National Assembly once. He said, okay, so he said all this thing that I have seen, they are very good. What do we do? I now said to him, I said, when the citizens push back, there's no policy that will not change. And you see, we're already at that critical point where something has to give way. And you can already see that as we approach that, and that's why I want to thank Aproko Doctor. You know, I really want to thank him for putting that video, even though it was sacrificial lamb, the thing backfired on him, but I think something had to happen. Something had to happen for us to get to this point. Now we are at that critical point that policy must change. There is nobody that can say they are not seeing this pressure. And the pressure is about to get worse. And that is what all of us need to ensure. And I really want to be, I really, really want to take time out to thank Emir Saddam. This is straight on 4 solid hours. We've never had this kind of attention ever in the history of this movement, that we're going to hold on to this topic for 4 solid hours. We'll go inside and outside, back and front, and talk about it to Nigerians. A critical demography in Nigeria. And I really, really want to thank you, Emir Saddam, for this platform, for this opportunity. And this is Emir Saddam contributing his own quota towards the movement. This is the 4th or 5th time that I am featured on this platform. This is the 4th or 5th time. Myself and Brother Christopher will be here before. The first time was with JC Kichuku, and we're here to talk about these things. And this is him doing his bit. Somebody reached out to me not so long ago that he can do some graphics and do some videos. Fantastic. I have tons of videos. See, I have plenty of videos. The videos are Brekete. If you go to the videos of Brekete, the one of last year, you will see wonders. You will see where the professor and that guy, the professor and the doctor guy that did PBI camping, where they were almost totally embarrassed. Totally embarrassed. There was a lot of drama. If you cut it, it would trend past what's this guy's name? Macaroni and Kevin Black, their skits. If you enter those videos and you see the content that are there. So there's a lot of work. If we can viralize all these videos, I don't get that kind of time. I know I can't, my Instagram is just found. I don't even know how to use it. If anybody can cut video, do content, we'll all push it out. Like Emir Saddam said, use the hashtag, say no to GMO, every possible content. My Twitter handle has too many content, too many. You go there, steal all the tweets there, cut everything, use any ChatGPT or anything you want to use. Use it to generate 10,000 tweets. And just, if you want this every day, post 10, put hashtag is contributing to the quota. Enter comment section here and there, push it, is contributing to the work. So that pressure we have already gotten there. We've gotten there. And even the lawmaker that moved the motion at the House of Assembly, he had to call me on the phone yesterday. He called me on the phone 2 days ago. And it was like, wow. And he watched our submission on Channels TV. And he felt very impressed by what we did. And that we shouldn't give up. That we are fighting for Nigeria. We are fighting for the soul of this nation. That this fight is bigger than me and you. This guy is a young APC guy, funny enough, quote unquote. But he was talking so patriotic because food concerns everybody. And you saw how everybody was commending him from Mr. Blog yesterday when I posted this video. Well, it's a collective fight. And that is only how we can win. If everybody pushes back. No matter the amount of money they bring, we'll kick it out. Shebi Aproko Doctor brought laptop out. You saw how people reacted to it. It's not because, you see, I was very happy. No, I wasn't happy because they were attacking him. What gave me joy was that Nigerians could look at free gift and say, we don't want this. That's what gave me joy. This is spirit of patriotism. People felt he was trying to bribe them since after the whole issue with GMOs. But I could see patriotism rise in our people. And you see, it just takes a few people to start it. And if the influencers and the dominant people start it and do it, it becomes a movement. Everybody will follow suit. That is the principle of influencing. I'm not talking about all those influencers that are doing nonsense on social media. I don't have so many followers. It's not by number of followers. It's by the quality of your leadership over people. And this is where I'm thanking Emir Saddam and everyone associated to Violence Space, the Violence Space family, everyone associated to all the brands that Emir Saddam works with. I'm very, 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 very grateful. Look at the amount of time that everybody has stayed here. I want to thank everybody again, that everyone that has stayed on this call, you know, our friends and our enemies. Thank you for staying. Thank you for listening. It's the truth. I know they are here. I'm greeting all of you. So you can take our recording to where you want to. But if you people are honest with yourself, I'm speaking to our enemies now that are on the call. If you people are honest with yourself, you know that what we are saying is true. So you to listen to it and go and question your action. No matter the amount they're giving you, whether I am collected it or forgiving you, don't collect another money again. Now start doing what is right. Do you understand what we are saying? So, because I know they are on the call too. The people that was Gidado and Co have said, if she's not even here by herself. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, my brother Pishex. Thank you, Jackie. Guys, thank you so much. You have to, call it a day from our side. We have had meaningful conversations. My own is just to, avail this platform to whatever we can do to see growth in our country, anyhow that we can help. Especially this topic is something that affects every single person, whether you are a child of the roasted corn or wherever you stand, what you eat, what your parents will eat, what your children will eat. It's very, very, very important. And like a quote that Madam Jackie said, that you are what you eat actually. So we are actually what we eat. So mine is telling every one of you, please let it not just be a conversation that ends here today. Let it be something that you guys, everybody takes out of here to your other platforms, your WhatsApp, your Instagrams, make video about it. I think I'm even going to do one myself and talk about it. The more people are talking about it, the more mainstream it becomes. The hashtag say no to GMOs everywhere you can. You see the hashtag. Just don't skip the tweet because probably you don't like the person that made the tweet. Just retweet it. Wherever it is say no to GMOs, just retweet it. Just contribute to the conversation. It is important we keep letting these guys understand that we know what they're doing, and if they don't stop, we too are not going to stop until they tell us it is enough. And we don't hear honor. We cannot depopulate you guys because I don't see any reason why any. And you see, I say this, that even people you respect, people that you look up to, many of them have been bought by this man. How many people can resist $500,000? How many people can resist $10,000? How many people can resist even $5,000 in current day Nigeria? How many people can resist it? Then when you now have a man that is a billionaire that has billions to spend, and he has come out with that agenda that his ambition is to depopulate the world through vaccines, through agriculture, through healthcare. He's showing you what he wants to do. Man, this is not conspiracy theory. There are videos of him saying it in different forums scattered around the internet. Then some people will come and tell you that it is conspiracy theory, probably because you think that probably two of you associate or you're supporting the same candidate or something. You know that many of these people are agents actually for this man. So it's important to understand the battle we're up against and we fight it to the very end. So for me, we're just going to end the show right now. Thank you to all of you listening. We're going to end on Twitter, but I'll be switching over to TikTok for the next, I think, to the top of the hour for our TikTok audience that could not join the conversation. So if you want to continue the conversation with us, you can let me just post the TikTok link up on the Jumbotron. You can see it on the Jumbotron and you can join us there. It's up there on the Jumbotron right now. We'll be there for, I think, to the top of the hour where we're going to wrap up the whole show. But till I see you guys again, as I always say on the platform, we do this for God and for country. I will be back again, same time, same station next week, Thursday. Please, I wish we could hamper more on the 10 years of APC, but we could not. But because this GMO is the most important thing for us right now, we have to keep the conversation mainstream. I know that Nigerians have this tendency of getting bored out real quick. We don't talk GMO. You don't do. Tomorrow, person see GMO, they just pass on. Please, let's try and stay to agenda. Beg. Thank you so much, guys, on X. I'll see you guys on. Let's go on TikTok real quick. Thank you so much, every one of you. My brother P Shegs, God bless you. Thank you so much, Dr. Jackie, for your wealth of experience. All the professors that graced us with the occasion today, Professor Ephraim and Ted Feng, everyone that came out today. All those that contributed with their conversations, thank you so much. Those are many people requested the mic. I could not bring you guys up. Please, it's not intentional. It's just that these spaces, I've been sitting for like 4 hours, man. I waste with the sit down, eh? Our waste to be GMO, it cannot be modified. So make we still take break, make we rest as human beings. And thank you so much. But we'll be back again next week Thursday. I see all our regulars here. My brother Smiling, Dr. Omega XZ, Honorable Ada, Got You for Nigeria, Mama Wakiri, Dr. Bankole, Emmy Craze, Ogene, Brown Girl, Chi, Mary White, Tony, Amoda, Winzy, Chulo, Ezudo, Gregory, Activist, JNF, Peter O, Julius, Hotsef, Danjuma Lee, Son of Man, Ejiro, Wanderlust, Olumide, True South, TJ Rex. Guys, every one of you, Alpha, Damilola, thank you so much, everybody. I can't call your names, man. Just know it's all love and light from this side. See you guys on TikTok in a minute. God bless you guys. Stay safe and have a great weekend ahead. Oh yeah, guys. So I don't come back. Oh, I don't show. Let's just make this as short as possible. Some people are requesting the mic. I don't know who is. If you're from X, please let me see. Where are people from X? So we're still streaming on X and on Twitter video and on YouTube just for the next 30 minutes. Oluwatobi is you're a ghost. You're everywhere. Oh my goodness. All right. Please, guys, please reach out to Mommy Bolande. Mommy Bolande is not feeling fine. Oh. Mommy Bolande is not feeling fine, please. Please reach out to Mommy Bolande. Very important. Wachi from X, I see you. Thank you so much. Meta. Which Meta? Is this metaphor? Is this metaphor? Is this metaphor? Please, guys, you guys could press the mic. Let's just talk. Let's just gist a little bit before we wrap up the show. Sorry, our story. Just mute your mic, please, while I bring up more people. Did you guys enjoy the show? I want to know what do you guys think about the conversation? Are you pro GMO after all you heard? Were you enlightened? I want to know what you guys think. Honestly speaking, for me, I think my mind, I've always known the agenda of this man. Sorry, please mute. I've always known the agenda of this man, but when we say these things most times, we'll say, you guys are conspiracy theorists. That's what they use to label people that have gone out to make research for themselves. You're questioning science. You're questioning the science. Science should not be questioned. It's insane. Thank you so much, T.Y. Amma. Science should be questioned. Science is all about observation. These are things when you see something, you question it. Science is not a faith-based topic. It is something that you should question. Is this Dr. Jackie? You're anti-science. Dr. Jackie, are you also here? Now, welcome. Please request mic. They'll call you a conspiracy theorist. You're this, you're that. So please, it's important to ask questions. Our government and people around the corridors of power will sell Nigerians. You see, this GMO is actually a proof of exactly how slave trade happened in the times of our parents. It's just a perfect proof of how slave trade happened in the times of our parents, our ancestors. Where our ancestors, they wouldn't have come to pick up our people without the cooperation of our people. Our people are the willing tools. People will sell their birthright, sell their people for peanuts. And that's exactly what's happening right now. They understand these things. Share our money, we'll give them our money now. It's insane. So, guys, I want to know what your feedback from the live. Did you guys enjoy it? What you think about? Dr. Jackie is here again. If you're on the live, you would have known she's actually a very strong advocate. It's good to meet you, ma. Welcome here, ma.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm not used to all this. Like, this is my first time of this TikTok. I don't know such a thing existed.
Here are Gen Z.
So much this time, so people on the Twitter one, this TikTok one, we'll make noise, because we are not going to keep quiet. This thing is painful. There's a way it pains you, right? You're like trying to control yourself. Because we can't. We're not going to stop. But you see, like I tell people, while we are talking and all that, please think of alternatives. Grow something. Then, of course, there are ways we can also reach out to the farmers. Let's take it upon ourselves. Let's start talking to the farmers. Like I have a cluster of farmers I speak to. Let's, in quotes, let's poison their minds. Because that's what these people are doing. So right now, we're not being very, there's no gentle thing, there's gentleman fight in this matter. Let's poison the minds of the, how we do catechism. Catechism is like indoctrinate the minds of these farmers. Let them understand that these seeds they're giving you is a no-go area. Do you understand? So look at what the Anambra State Governor's wife is doing. Why is she's not planting GMO? She's like natural health advocate. She's planting natural, and she says it too, that these seeds are natural seeds, organic seeds, that she's not planting governor's wife. So what is it that these people are seeing that our people, DG, Napman, and all those people are not seeing? So we must keep hammering and fight because they're on the hot seats. They know it. So everybody, this is like a time. Like you said, I'm so happy. Like that's Approval Doctor. God just used him at a time like this. Oh yeah, come and talk this,
Yes.
And that thing now opened the eyes of so many people, and they began to ask questions. So that's it about all things working together for good. The moment that guy started talking about monosodium glutamate, telling people. Honestly
speaking, that was when I lost it.
Hey, I said you.
Ajinomoto.
So I'm not shocked that I know they are giving him good grants for research in quotes, but everybody will commit what they are eating. No, they will commit it. This matter is getting hot, very hot.
Thank you.
On Saturday morning, everybody join us because I'll be on a rise on Saturday morning.
Okay, which time?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. If we miss it, just we're going to make sure we share the link.
Exactly. Their morning show. Of course, it's going to be on YouTube.
Okay, definitely. Thank you very much, man. Thank you.
Thank God for mainstream media. They are also waking up. They're asking questions.
Then they eat now, and then they jump food pass now.
Look at what dropped during the channel's interview. The bombshell he dropped. So let's keep the pressure. Thank you so much and well done.
Thank you, man. Thank you. All right, let's just respond real quick. Thank you so much. Our story, please come in. Who's having me? Where does our? I don't know. I go know you call your name our story. See, how do you expect me to know our story? My brother, what's happening? Welcome.
I'm good. So, we are learning from you. Being everywhere and making sure that the narrative is being controlled by real Nigerians, people that really wish the country well. I think one of my greatest joys in Nigeria has been very active. Not just the violence space, though I was within here of the TikTok here. So I'm happy that people are beginning to talk about GMO issue. I mean, because I could still remember years back, I keep on saying this, people like GRV led protests in this Lagos state against GMO, and even the GRV's wife also. These are people that have been speaking against this. So I'm happy that, I mean, every Nigerians now are in fact, and Saddam, to be honest, it's not just social media talk. Even the common market women, the common people that are selling shops are aware of this. Look, I mean, I normally go to market myself sometimes. I got to market. I saw one vegetable leaf, very big. And I thought, say, madam, hope say no be GMO be this. The woman said, no, this one no be GMO, not fresh. So that shows that people themselves, the common people are aware of GMO of the thing. When on the market, one elderly man, and what is GMO? It was even the market woman that was explaining. I said, this is better. People are getting to know it. But we have to kick against it. Probably our government, maybe they might. Because you see Bill Gates. What you see Bill Gates coming to Nigeria every day now, it shows that, and this man is being welcomed at Ashrok in our government houses. If you want to rely on the government will collect money and do their own bit. It is important that the citizens, Nigerians, rise up against this. Not just the talking, not just the rejecting it on social media or on TV. I mean, if it's something that has to be demonstrated on the street again, it has to be done. It has to be done, and it has to be done very quick. I think this one is not about somebody leaving Asura. We are not asking anybody to leave Asura. So I believe nobody will come and say somebody will be, this will happen, nothing will happen. We have to get into the street, let people know that GMO is not needed. In fact, in a country where we don't have technologies, where we don't have good medical systems, where we don't have systems that work. So what if you come and mix chemical for us to eat, and maybe the chemical is affecting, or my system is not used to it? Which of the hospital will I run to? So that we don't go die like fowl. We don't get medical system. Politician now, if he feels sick, he can jackpot to India or UK. You understand? We, the people, has to go to the street and also make it known. Even the National Assembly. No, they are not there for themselves. They are there for us. We say we don't want to chop this food. They don't bring it. And if we accept GMO, it will also affect our exports, because there are some things that Nigerians took to America that automatically you won't get it. I mean, America will not allow that again, because already they are also considering GMO. GMO cannot sell to GMO now. I don't know if you get my point. So it will affect a whole lot of things. Thank you so much. Let me just be listening. Maybe if there's where I want to come in, I would want stay coming. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, my brother. Thank you, Brown Girl Chi. Welcome.
Hey, Masada. We are here again.
No.
I was livid, so very livid, and when I had all the submission, but the fact still remains, that guy wants the black race reduced, and he's not working alone. No. So you guys know the person I'm talking about.
Of course.
He's not working. He's not even a biologist. He's not even a micro somebody. He's nothing there. You get what I mean? It's a blood, if I use the word here, B word or F word, a techie guy. What business of his is it to go into biosciences? So the question is, who are those people that have been bought over in Nigeria? And we should call them and name them. If just as they are saying we shouldn't be violent. Honestly, if I'm home and there's any protest, I'll carry that placard on my forehead, because I know what that thing has done to a lot of people in this country, where I am right now. You see, people pay the extra money to buy organic foods. A lot of time they will tell you their codes. In fact, there are some influencers here that will tell you any code in a supermarket you go to buy any fruit or any plant that starts with a 9 and has 5 digits. That is an organic plant. It is that bad. Here, you have the GMO plants start from with a code 4 or a code 3. In fact, they tell you the categories of GMOs are the good, the bad. In fact, the worst set starts with 3. You see, it starts with number 3. But it's all over the market. The shops, people are buying because the poor people can only afford those ones. If you go to whole food shops, that's where you find a lot of organic foods. And those things are quite expensive. How is it that we that have traveled so much, Nigerians have, a lot of us have traveled so much, we live abroad, don't know the difference between GMO and organic? When we know that even in our compounds, you can just put something down and it will start growing. The point is, people have been compromised, and all these politicians, if they get to know the truth about organic or GMO, between the difference between organic and GMO, they don't want to buy now. Everybody wants to do. They will not even support it. They won't let that bill fly. So we shouldn't be the dumping ground for all sorts of things. We condone all sorts of things because our governments need the financial muscle. They decide to keep our money permanently devalued because of all of these things they are doing. And they know once they can break through Nigeria, the rest of Africa goes. So we shouldn't accept it. We should, I don't know how we do it, either by social media, by education, going from one place to the other. I have bought what they call agriculture plants in the market, and I suspect it's GMO. I was going to buy shoko in the market because I like to cook a curry. When I go back to Nigeria, I like to cook a curry. I went to buy shoko, and they showed me the one that is the real one and the one that's. I was like, for real? Why this one? They say this one is agriculture. I just bit my tongue, like my finger, and I'm like, really? Do they have GMO here already? So if shoko that is the staple thing for vegetable for the local person in the village has now been messed up, for goodness sake, where are we headed to? That's why you see all sorts of people dying. See people in the hospitals. Yeah, this is not time me. I just read Abel I believe.
Sorry, are you saying that it is already existing now?
Yeah,
market.
It did it. So we have things like Shoko, for instance. Shoko is the simplest one. Everybody who has a bad person Shoko. What about things like guava, things like mangoes, things like fruits, things like oranges? You see GMO. Even snails. They'll tell you this one. There's this type you cook, you won't cook. We say it's a farm one. It's good. I don't even know if they have started doing the animals as well. Chicken. Look, we should not let this fly. We don't need. When they say they need fertilizer in the north, I'm okay. I don't live it. I don't come from the north. When we plant food, even in our local veggie backyard there without manure, when I started hearing manure, they're giving them manure, improved chemical. I'm like, fertilizers for what? In Nigeria? Yeah, these governments, they're not going to let us die. They will not. We pass them, we are much more than them. If Nigerians will wake up and arise to this nonsense and call and name and shame all those people that are doing all of these things, they will flee Nigeria. There are not many. Maybe Dr. Jackie don't talk about. They are all in the ministries and we know them. They are not even the junior staff. They are all those big professors that are giving money. They give money and they give you money to go and kill your father and your brothers and sisters. And you're doing it. May God just forgive us as a nation. We are speaking of bad governance. We are now also speaking about I don't try again. Please, I don't.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Guys, I think we have come to the end of today's show, man. I'm gassed and just have to rest, man. Been sitting here for hours. But thank you so much, everyone of you that tuned in from different platforms. God bless you guys. I don't know, as I've always said, we'll be doing this till weekdays on our TikTok. We'll be back on Monday. Except something comes up, maybe we'll do something during the weekend. But if not, I think we'll be back on Monday here. So Dr. Jackie, you can join us on Monday. We come out here every day, 9 p.m. Nigerian time. We just come out here and talk about our country. Every one of you on the platform, thank you so much for your contributions to the conversation. Please say no to GMOs. Is a hashtag that we should keep trending, talking about it on all our platforms, on your Instagram. Thank you so much, BBC, on your Instagram, on your Facebook, your WhatsApp stories. Educating one person at a time is very, very important. That's the only way, that's the only thing we can do, at least for now. So let us be that we're talking on social media. Let us also be working behind the scenes. And I think we'll have to talk to, for those that want to farm, Dr. Jackie, I'm going to reach out to you, please, based on that seeds, the organic seeds. Let us see how we can distribute them across the country for people that have farmlands. I think controlled farmlands should actually be the question. We have to plant on controlled farmlands, protected lands. So not because when you will not plant finish, all of a sudden to go and do this thing, you hear they will talk that the killer headsmen go and visit that place and unalive people. So it should be, no matter how small the land is, for it to be protected, we can start feeding community by community with real organic seeds. So you guys are happy, please. I'm going to reach out to you and we'll see probably in the course of the conversations. We're going to make sure that we know how we can get Nigerians that back home to start planting real organic seeds and also educate our farmers to be patient, because one of the Nigerians, when we say this patience, when the content is saying this, if you plant this maize, it will germinate in 3 months. But normal organic maize will take 6 months. To cut costs or to cut timing, Nigerians will go and run for the 3 months, not knowing that the problems that comes with that 3 months. Please.
So now, I'm sorry, I just wanted to interject. Even our chicken, they go there here 2 weeks, 1 week, few weeks, and it's gone. Even our chicken.
Exactly, it's everywhere. They have infiltrated everything that we eat. It's insane. So let's try and see the ones we can save. The ones we can save. We cannot save everything. That's unfortunately the truth. But the ones that if we can save a good number, then good for us. It's very, very, very important. Exactly. So when is it causing cancer and kidney failure? The rate at which you see young people falling to cancer, you now ask, you think it's alcohol. It's what we eat. It's what we consume. So let's just keep the conversation.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sada. Honestly, you see, I'm not an elderly person, and I'm not also someone that is not kind of technology-wise. But honestly speaking, I don't know that GMO is already on the market. Probably I might be consuming it.
Yes, sir.
You see, it's a problem. And again, Nigerians, we love shortcuts. Our farmers. So this thing needs to be stopped. Not to even say big choice. It has to be stopped. Nigerians love shortcut. If they pray at home, my brother, people go, they even love that one. Farmers go love that one. When they go face plant them, in the next 2 months, they don't cultivate and start selling it.
It's crazy.
That is it.
All right. Thank you, my brother.
I don't know if it's something we need to do physical demonstration, it has to be done.
I feel before any physical demonstration, it has to permeate into the media first. So it has to go. The conversation has to be mainstream. They will start talking about physical demonstration. So when Nigerians understand what we are saying, then you build the momentum. Physical demonstration is something that comes much later. So when you're not calling people to come out, people can really come out because it is already mainstream. People are talking about these things. So we have to start from A first, which is making this a mainstream conversation. Not just we had the space today, then it is gone. Maybe next week, everybody will find what they're talking. No, if we can keep it mainstream, we can be, as people always say, we can walk and chew gum. So we can be walking and chewing gum. So if it can be our chewing gum every single day, you're putting 1 or 2 tweets out there, guys saying no to GMO and everything. The more we conscientize Nigerians, the more we get people ready for whenever we want to have a civil disobedience. Then we cannot call people and say, okay, on so and so date, we want to come out and protest. Then you see Nigerians will respond. But if we don't do this first part and waiting for civil disobedience, it will be very hard work for us. But guys, thank you so much, man. I have to shut this place down right now. I'm so tired. If you can see it in my eyes, you see. Man, I'm gassed. Thank you so much. I'm not even sure I'm going to be able to call any of your names, but God bless every one of you that came out tonight. Thank you to all of you that contributed to the conversations, all the giftings, all the likings. You guys are amazing. Thank you. We'll be back again, hopefully, God's willing, on Monday, 9 p.m. Nigerian time. As I always say, on this platform is all love and light. Let's keep hoping and believing that it is possible. Good night and stay safe. All right, guys, I'm signing out from this side too. Thank you, guys. Good night and stay safe.